excited to run this deck back. I think it will be pretty strong. We'll have to see how the Flame Slash and the Fatal Pushes feel as opposed to Lightning Bolts. We are down one copy of a 1-mana removal spell, which may or may not be wrong, but again, needed room for Blood Moon. Still want to keep the one of Fury. I actually have an extra Fury in the sideboard now. What's up, Ectoplasm? How you doing, man? I'm trying an Inquisition in the sideboard, mainly for the Cascade decks. But other than that, I mean, pretty much the same stuff we've been doing. I think I cut the Hidetsugus. Excuse me. I cut the Hidetsugus for EEs because I think having an answer to Sanctifier and Vec matters. So we're going to try that instead of the Hidetsugus. Very cool, Ectoplasm. That's good to hear, man. I'm excited to go to the next Apex. Obviously, I wanted to go to NRG to try and maintain my point lead. Chris is really getting close now. He's within like 20 points or something, I think. Maybe even closer than that. Might be about 17 because I only got 5 yesterday because I got 17th. My reward for losing to a PT winner and a winning into the top 8 was getting 17th. That was really great. I lost to Ellen Bogan and a winning in. And then obviously Saturday was a complete disaster for me, but it was awesome to see Kyle win the event, so I was pretty happy with that. Alright, let's move this over. Our opener kind of looks... well, it's got a Fable, but I don't know that this is a good hand. Why is this so small? What is that all about? Alright, let's make that bigger. Let's get rid of this stupid game log. Alright, Team Swish is thriving, yeah. And for those that don't know, that's DBZ Player in chat. So when DBZ Player comes into chat today, you can congratulate him for being a champion and a top 4 finisher as well. Oh, this is Urza Thopter Sword? Thank you. Why are all my stuff is like, the dimensions are messed up. I don't know. This hand seems pretty mid. This is a matchup where I'd probably rather have Hidetsugu than EE, but EE will be fine too. I don't know if this hand is good. We do have a Fable. I mean, that's good, but seems pretty mid. 2 terminates. I think I'm going to mulligan this. Alright, well, double Fable, bunch of lands. I think I'm going to keep this. I don't know. This is also not very good, but Fable of the Mirror Breaker is a pretty messed up card. I've got 2 of them. We can probably work our way to something. We kind of just, I need to hope I just draw a cheap spell. I don't know. I don't really like this hand either, to be honest. Not playing doing anything until turn 3 on the draw in Modern is just asking to die. Like, they could just play a Ring or an Urza on turn 3 easily. They have a lot of ways they could do that. They could also just beat me with Urza's Saga. I think I have to go to 5. I don't think this is good enough in Modern. Like, in Pioneer, maybe I could... even in Pioneer, this might not be good enough, honestly. On the draw? Alright, this hand plays. We'll keep this. I'm going to keep 2 lands, Voidwalker, double Thoughtseize. We're going to get rid of some fetch lands. Yeah. Alright, they didn't play an Esper Sentinel on turn 1, so that's ideal. Dauthie's going to be really good in the matchup too, which is pretty hot. Just going to fetch a basic here. I'm pretty happy to thin. Alright. Thopter Foundry is not... well, they have a... okay, so I think what I have to do is take Portable Hole, then take Urza. Is how I need to play this game. I need to take Portable Hole, then put Dauthie into play, start beating them up with Dauthie. I think that's how I'm going to play. I think I'm too low resource to mess around with the Thopter. I don't know. It's close. There's like some argument to let them keep the hole. Try to find another threat, but Dauthy's cracked. Yeah, Dauthy's really good. I think we can maybe outrace this. I have to be very careful, though. Very, very careful with my life total now. Because I'm going to Thoughtseize again to deal with that Urza. I am going to fetch to Thin in this case. I would like to draw Shieldred or Ring. Hopefully I just find Shieldred or Ring. I mean, we have 7 insane 4-drops. Hopefully we can find one. Okay. Relic. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. The nice thing is, we look like Scam, so our opponent probably is not going to pop this very aggressively. Which I guess is good. When will Swish pay for the green screen? I have one, I just need to get it set up. Alright, well, we're in kind of okay shape. I mean, they're probably about to pop the Relic for a card. They're just not doing enough if they don't. Really? Okay, see, they're so afraid of me being Scam that they're leaving that thing in play. Alright, Ingenious Smith is actually really, really, really bad for me. Really bad. That is not good at all. And they hit the portable hole. Just actual perfect draw there for them. Yeah, it's really bad. Really, really bad. Sure. Yeah, okay. Well, we need a Shelly, please. Shieldred one time. Right off the top. Alright, Terminate plays. It's not amazing, but it plays. I'm just going to play this here. Pass turn. Oh, the game is winnable. But I'm certainly behind, but we do have 4 copies of the One Ring and 3 copies of Shieldred we can draw. Okay, that happens. Leave the Thoughtseize, whatever. I wonder if I'm supposed to kill this now. I need an up. Why is there not an upkeep stop? I need to turn that on. Why is this locked? Dude, why did all my settings get reset? It's so annoying. I'm going to terminate this. Like my thing was locked. All my visuals are a little jacked up today. I don't really get it. I don't know why that's the case. Well, Thopter Foundry and Chromatic Star is obnoxious, so yep. What's up, DBZ? There he is, everybody. The double top 8 man from the weekend. Amulet King. DBZ player. Alright, well, it's not very good. Play this, go. Not really. I mean, I guess I could. There's like some I think I have to play a land in case I draw the Fury. Holding multiple lands for Fable, like, could be good, I guess. I don't know. It kind of sucks. If I would have kept, I don't even know. The double Fable hand probably would not have been good enough here, because then I just wouldn't have had Thoughtseize for the Urza, and I would have died to that. We are back to our old ways. I'm Rakdos Ringing it today. Deck's a little easier for me to manage, it turns out. Yeah, Ectoplasm, it was super lame, man. The Pioneer top 8 was so sick, too. Alright, the Ring here is busted. That was a hell of a draw. It's about time we drew something, though. Oh, look. Another Blood Crypt. Just what I was hoping for. Now they know I'm not playing Scam, so now they're going to pop the Relic, but I'm willing to give up the charade of being Scam to have a One Ring in play, I'll tell you what. Okay. They still have not popped the Relic. That's kind of wild to me. If I were them, I think I would snap it off for a card. I really don't understand what they're gaining by leaving this in play. I guess they just don't know what I'm playing. I will draw a card. I will draw 2 more cards. Whatever. Alright. I don't love being super aggressive with my life total, but at the same time, I need to find something, and I need to find something now. Like, I don't have time to screw around anymore. So I think, although 1 life does actually matter quite a bit when there's a ring and there are going to be a lot of Thopters hitting me, I just need to find a good card. So I think thinning is probably worth 1 life here. In theory, they could Thopter Sword off both of these for 2 more 1/1s. So they can hit me for 3. 3, and then I would take 2 here. That's 5 damage. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to fetch. I know it's... The marginal thinning is obviously marginal, but in this spot, I kind of just... I think I need some action. I really need Shieldred is what I need. We have 3 of them, so let's see what we can do. Okay, Dalthy's very good. Let's get the Dalthy down. Fatal Push is not horrible. It deals with their first construct. Okay, go. We don't have very much time. Do not have much time. They continue to have no idea what they want to do with their Relic. This is wild that my opponent just refuses to pop that thing off. The question is, am I supposed to take the 1? I think I am. I could push this, but then I'm just cooked to the Ground Pounder, but it's pretty high odds that I can find another removal spell in 4 cards. It's actually very close, but I'm going to be patient. I'm going to kill the thing they make. Sure. Untap, take 2, draw 4. Come on, Shieldred, 1 time, please. Can we get a Shelly? Or another ring. Another ring would be good, too. I'll take it. I think I would prefer Shieldred. Fable is not awful. I'm going to draw 3 cards. Let's draw 3. Alright, found another ring. Combat, attack for 3. Alright, we need to think about how we want to play this turn. This is kind of interesting now. Things have definitely gotten a little interesting. Thank God I don't play Go for the Throat. Yeah, not in this format. No, no. How wild is it to be greedy and keep the ring that's on 3? I kind of like, I know I'll take 3, but drawing 4 more cards is so frickin' tempting. I guess this ring still draws 3. So maybe it's still just this ring. And then the question is, do I like Douthie Fatal Push, or do I like Fable? Fable digs me further to Shelly, and I think Shelly is how I win this game. So I'm pretty sure I'm just supposed to ring it up, play Fable. I am going to play the land. I want mana, actually. And I think I'm going to plan on just discarding the removal. Ring it up. We're ringing it up, baby. Ringing it up. I'm keeping this. I would like to draw another card, please. Okay. Well, like I said, I think here, jam Fable, play a land. Douthie doesn't quite pressure well enough yet. I think this makes sense. I'm gonna play the Blackleaf Cliffs. It's possible I could get rid of the other Douthie too, but I think just beating my opponent down with Douthie could be a way to win. This is fine. You have big, huge, generic idiot. Big, huge, generic idiot established. It does, yeah. Mana Traders has rings. They have Bowmasters. We can actually play Modern. It's pretty nice. Pithing Needle? God dang it, man. Alright. That sucks really bad. Okay. Well, this is all pretty unfortunate. Them pithing needling me is not amazing. Can I play their Urza with Dauthi? That could be interesting. Bowmasters. Bowmasters is kind of interesting. What do we have? I could also Urza Saga, but that doesn't seem good. I wonder if Urza is... Urza's kind of cool, because I can use the One Ring and the Karnstruct for blue, so I can start spinning Urza. So I think I'm actually going to use Douthie to replay their Urza, which is kind of comical. Okay. We are going to do this, but what I discard is actually really tricky. I think land goes for sure. I don't know, Terminate isn't even that bad. Because, like, I can get these out of the way. Do I even need to play their Urza? Maybe that isn't even necessary. What if I just get rid of Douthie? Second Douthie is kind of whatever. I mean, it does pressure. But... I'm going to pitch it, I think. Takanuma. Man, it's so annoying I can't find a Shieldred. It's kind of tilting. I think what I'm going to do is Urza my opponent, and then kill everything. So, play this. Play your Urza. I could even spin Urza here. If I wanted to, which is interesting. I really take 0 days off. Yeah, I am very tired, I'm not going to lie, but we were able to make it work. Do I spin now? I don't think I need this to block. So... Oh, I didn't realize this wasn't even blue to do. That's insane. Add blue. Spin. Alright, well, I'm happy to not have that, I guess. Alright, and I still have 5 mana to do everything I need to do. I think I'm just going to do it now so I can get an attack with my Goblin to get more mana. This has been a sweet game. I am getting pretty low on clock, but what are you going to do? It's classic me playing Moto. Alright, attack you, trigger, get another artifact, which can tap for mana, which is kind of cool. We don't even have to sack to get mana. I'm going to let them have this block if they want it. Okay, they didn't want it. Go ahead. Okay, I'm going to Bowmaster one of their things. Very cool, Mikey. Very cool. Let's kill this stupid thing. Go. So I will say, giving up my Dolphy was pretty awkward, because now they can do the Thopter Sword thing. Maybe I shouldn't have pitched the Dolphy, like, who was saying to not pitch it Ectoplasm, I think. I did expose myself to the combo, which is... Oh, no! Now they can bounce Urza and put it back in their hand? Yikes. That's max punished. I don't think it was wrong. I mean, they play, like, one of that, don't they? But now I'm quite screwed. That was really poor. Are they taking a spin here? They're taking a spin. Okay. I mean, I can talk a Numa for Dolphy. This is still, like, I have not lost. Someday I'll find a Shieldred, you have to imagine. We're only 28 cards into our deck, looking for a 3 of. It's still not here, though. Jesus, dude. Maybe I can talk a Numa into it. I guess I play Monkey first because it's basically free. No reason to dash, but this gives me a legend. So let's do this. Let's channel Takenuma. Please, God, can I find anything of relevance? Another Dolphy. Jeez, oh, Pete's. No Shieldred in 31 cards. We play 3, by the way. I wonder if I should just scoop for time, because I think I'm pretty screwed. I may actually... Ugh. Yeah, can I win this game? Like, I don't think I can. They can make a bunch of Thopters and just get me. We're going to go to the next game. That was pretty frustrating, I'm not going to lie. Not a huge fan of that. Alright, well, Blood Moon, I think, is quite good against Urza Saga. K-Command's definitely good against the Artifact deck. Should have played 4? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I'm going to bring in the EEs. Inquisition seems kind of mid. It doesn't hit Urza or Ring. Fury actually seems okay. I think I'm going to bring it in. Monkey seems probably good enough on the play, but not great on the draw, I think is my guess. Flame Slash seems pretty mid. Maybe Fury isn't actually good, I don't know. It's pretty medium. It doesn't kill Karnstrucks very well. It does deal with Urza, but they leave behind a huge artifact. They don't put that many creatures into play. It actually might be bad. Like, when I cut monkeys, I might want some of these, but I definitely think I want monkey in game 1, or on the play in game 2. Turn 2 Blood Moon or turn 2 Fables, just so good. I think I'm going to trim maybe a couple... I don't know. Maybe Bowmaster. Bowmaster doesn't really seem that crazy to me in this matchup at all. It's like fine at best. In fact, I could even see just cutting Bowmaster and having Fury instead. That actually might make sense. I think that does make sense. Probably want to do something like this. This is where I'm going to go, I think. Let's try this. I would like to play first. God, this hand is bizarre as hell. I don't know, to be honest. I think this hand is just too derpy. I don't know. I think I can do better. I'm going to mull this. Alright, this hand is very good. We're going to keep... I'm going to get rid of the Terminate, I think. Or a land. I could see getting rid of a land, actually. Especially with a monkey. Although I kind of feel like they're going to portable hold this. I'm going to get rid of Terminate. Maybe that's stupid. I don't know. Kind of like having my land drop. So I have 7 4-drops. And Fables. And a K-Command. And yada yada. So let's do that. I have to get a Blood Crypt here. Should have done it off the marsh flats technically, but whatever. It's not super relevant, I don't think. Cast this, go. Well, we'll see if they have portable hole. They do not. Let's go. At least not one they can cast this turn. Monkey can actually cast a lot of their cards, too. Douthie here. Douthie Thoughtseize is a disgusting turn. Assuming we don't hit something better. I mean, if I hit, like... I don't know. There are definitely things I would play. Honestly, like, any of their one-mana artifact. Oh, they're playing Solitude? Interesting. Alright, well, I'll take my 2 for 1. And I'm going to play Douthie now. What did they pitch? Stoneforge? Okay. Huh. Douthie go. I really hope they Stoneforge for a Cauldra and I get to Thoughtseize their Cauldra. That would be really nice of them to do for me. Voidwalker go. But I'm kind of expecting just a portable hole, to be honest. Oh, baby. They did have another Stoneforge. Now, they do have a lot of unsummon effects in their deck, so it's very possible that I don't beat them with their own Cauldra, but it's also possible I do. Well, we're going to go for that. Thoughtseize you. They do not have a way to beat their own Cauldra, so we're going to Cauldra them. And I think I am going to play the EE on 2 just to use my mana. I don't think there's a huge reason to not do that. Go. 3 points behind Chris. Dude, that's insane, DBZ. How close is Chris to me? He's like within 20, right? They updated it quick. God dang it, they hit the portable hole. That's pretty tilting. Whatever, though. Portable hole was always going to be good. There's not a lot I can do about it. So I know they have Sword of the Meek and the mana-producing 2-drop in hand. I'm actually just going to jam Fable this turn. No way I'm popping EE. I'm going to hold that in hand, I think, too. I don't know. I play 1,000,004s. Maybe I'm not supposed to hold this. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to actually play. I don't know. I get to attack and get mana with this, presumably. I'm just going to say go. We need action. Like, I would rather draw a 4-drop and not have the 4th land than just not have anything going on. Sure, whatever. Sword of the Meek is good. Thank you for letting me blow that up, too. Although it's kind of good for them to get that blown up, to be completely honest. Yeah, I'll take 3. It's cool. Alright, we're pitching both. Thank God I didn't play it. Okay. That was pretty sick, actually. Do I pop this here? Probably. I don't really want them to block. It's kind of a free block. Did my... Oh... All right, everybody, I think it's back. Sorry about that. It did this a lot last week, too. It's not my internet, because my internet's been fine. But anyway, I'm going to pop this. Doing this now because I don't want the Dolphy to die. Combat, attack. I am just going to play the land this time. Attack you. I'm going to use this treasure as well, I think, and not take damage. Some downsides to this, but I think it makes sense. Yeah, it's possible, Dewey. So Urza. It's pretty lame. Okay. That's not great. Well, another Dolphy ain't bad. Now I'm just going to potentially beat them to death with Dolphy. Combat attack you for 3. Go. I could even... I guess I attack with this for the mana. That's free. I think it's just completely free. Go. Probably should not... I should have attacked before playing this, because they may not have blocked. It's like theoretically possible they would not block, but... They are just dead. I do just have Clone Dolphy 9 you, so they have to find something, and they have to find it now. Spinning. Okay, that's a good sign. God dang it, man. Well, whatever. It's not the end of the world. That's also not the end of the world, because I have Dolphys. This game sucks. I agree, this game does suck. I think I have to take that there. I'm not sure, though. There's a PT player in the chat? Yeah, that's fair. What if I clone Goblin Shaman and attack all here? It forces them to use the Spell Bomb. Oh, you know what? Can I? Oh, I can't do that. I was thinking about equipping the Cauldron to Shaman, but I cannot make that play. What if I just don't use Reflection here, just send the Dolphys and see what they do? I mean, that's pretty easy. They just sack an artifact, make a 1/1, gain a life. Very hard turn here. I have to leave blockers back, though. I can't really not do that. I think I want to do this. I am going to play the land. Because being able to equip Cauldron could matter. So they start sacking stuff. Okay, they still have a mana available here. They get sword back. Equip. They have a lot of mana available here. They get to make a bunch of Thopters. Am I actually dead? I might be dead to Thopter beatdown here. It's very close. Okay, sure. Nettle Cyst? Well, that definitely beats me. You're sure I'll be fine? Yeah, not quite. Alright. That's a pretty rough first round. Pretty rough first round. The ingenious Smith into the portable hole was just so disgusting. We had like such a nice start to that game, but Smith into holes like exactly what I needed them to not do. That spell bomb, they Just really had a clutch spell bomb both games too. I don't know. I think they drew a little better than we did, but I think what may have cost me was not attacking before. Like, they may have blocked anyway, but that was a mistake to play my second Dothy before attacking. All right, Ectoplasm, let's hear it, dude. And Dewey, yeah, you definitely, you and I should have taken a page out of Kyle's playbook for sure. Because we did pretty terrible. Yeah, testing with, yeah, that makes sense. Testing with Amulet Experts is probably just what we need to do. Alright, well, we've got a little break in the action here. I'm going to pull up the NRG standings myself because I'm curious. I'm shocked they have it updated already. That's kind of insane. Usually it takes a couple days. Chris is within 16. You're within 19. Will's within 25. It's definitely close. I mean, it's a close race. All it takes is you or Chris or Will winning an event and me having one more bad event, and they'll basically be tied. The Phoenix guy, Ben Unger's right there too. Kind of nuts. Chain to Rocks on a Gear Hulk. That's disgusting, Ectoplasm. That is so gross. The homies are in top 4. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, well, he's had 2 finals is what the deal is. He's won and been in the finals. It really just shows the difference between being in the finals and just top 8ing. But yeah, it'll be an interesting last few events. I would like to win another one. That'd be nice. I'd like to just top 8 another one. Been so close. Like 3 times to having more top 8s. Getting 17th, 9th. Had some rough beats for sure. This one, getting 17th in this event was just ridiculous, honestly. The person I lost to in round 2, lost in round 3, lost in round 4, dropped from the event, which killed my breakers, certainly. Dropped from the event at 2-2. And then I lose to a PT champion in my winning in and get 17th. Just really, really brutal. All right, chat. While we're waiting for the next round, I'm going to try and see if I can do anything about the connection here. Maybe I'll try to hardwire it. I haven't hardwired my connection in a while, but maybe that will help. Because, yeah, we're having a lot of issues today. I don't really know what the deal is, and we definitely had some last week, too. So I'll be back. We're just gonna have to kind of deal with it. Hopefully this will get better. My cat has destroyed the cable I would use to hardwire, so that is not gonna happen today. Show the cat who's the boss. The cat's the boss, man. It sure as hell is not me. What length cable do I need? I don't know how long this one was, Dewey. I think it was like... This one was probably 50... I'm not sure. I think it was 50. I'm fairly confident it was 50. Why is it just happening now though, Dewey? Like why? Like I have not hardwired it for a year, literally almost a year, and we haven't. Like it just started having a few issues last week, and then apparently today. Like, why is it just happening now? Team Indie event is making you stressed. Oh, Dan, yeah. Well, hopefully we all top 8, and then people will start to know who you are. To be fair, you've been in another country for the last year pretty much, so... Would be kind of hard to be known right now to people who pay attention to NRG. Maybe the router or modem is going bad. Well, it's not the Wi-Fi, right? The Wi-Fi's fine. Because it has nothing to do with my internet. The internet connection is good. I haven't, like, dropped from Moto or any of that. It's, like, just specifically the stream itself. Yeah, it's just the stream. The internet's been fine since they came out here for the other issues I was having like a month ago. It's actually been good. I've had like no actual internet drops, knock on wood. I think we're back. I hope we're back. But yeah, I mean, I've had no drops since they came out here and fixed it. It's just specifically the stream last week had a few hiccups, and today, for whatever reason, it seems to be acting up too. Yes. And it's only the stream. It, like, I'm not, when this is happening, Moto's fine. Like, I'm still, it's never dropping me out of Moto or any of that. Either way, though, having the option to hardwire is definitely a good call. I should certainly have one. I just need to make a point to not let my cats in here. Uploading, so like, okay, something to do with uploading. Would hardwiring it fix that? Is that like a reasonable solution to our problem, you think? Should help it. All right. Well, we'll see if we keep having these issues, but yeah, that'll be a way we can fix it for sure. It seems to be doing better now, so let's hope. Alright, winning the die roll is a good start. We've got a good hand. Definitely better than anything we looked at in the last match on 7s, so pretty happy here. F6. Burn. Okay. I'll take 2. I'll absolutely take 2. Let's go ahead and hit him with Monkey. That's step 1. This is kind of odd, but depending on what I hit here, I don't know. We'll see what we hit. That's a pretty big... That will determine what I do. Oh, I'm definitely playing a Goblin Guide. That's actually awesome. Now I get to play a Goblin Guide, and then probably just Bowmaster. Goblin Guide, go. I could just Fatal Push, I guess, too. They're going to blaze my... No way they blaze Goblin Guide. Deal, man. Deal, deal, deal. Just going to let me keep hitting them with Ragavan. That's, interesting. What did we reveal here? A Douthie. Douthie's not too bad. I kind of want to... So if I Bowmaster, I can shoot the Goblin Guide for 1, and then block with the token, or I can just push, but that doesn't let me double spell next turn, so it's probably right to just simply Bowmaster. Yeah, I think I want to Bowmaster. It gets them under more pressure. And then next turn I get to Dauthi plus Fatal Push, potentially. Shoot here. Block. Combat 3U. Probably going to play Fable, but again, it depends what we hit off their deck. I might just play a Fable, though, honestly. Yeah, I think I'm just going to jam Fable, although Dauthi is interesting. It's kind of a thing they need to deal with. But so is Goblin Shaman. I'm going to play Fable. It's close, though, because Swift Spear Blaze would be pretty brutal against this, where if I did it the other way, I don't get got by Swift Spear Blaze. That's pretty interesting. They have 5 cards. I don't know. This is really tough. It's the day after your B-Day today. I'm going to do this. You're already angry at everything? I'm sorry to hear that, man. I mean, I guess if they have Swift Spear Blaze, they're down to 3 cards. I go to 10, and then I have push for the Swift Spear and Dauthi as a follow-up. So I'm probably in okay shape to just play this Fable. I really want to get rid of this Fury. And I want to get towards flipping this. Oh, that's fair, man. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. Okay, another Fable here is nice. I'm just going to pitch Fury and probably Fetch Land here. Fetch Land's fine, but I really don't want to take any more damage. Brutal create. Brutal. I think let's do this. That's fair. Yeah, alright. Fury's going for sure. I really don't want to fetch if I don't have to. Thoughtseize might actually be an okay card, as wild as that is. Combat. Hit you. Yeah, Dewey has a very good point. That is true. So I could go Dauthi Thoughtseize. That's actually kind of interesting. Yeah, I mean, Rakdos is really good, for sure. That's not changing anytime soon. In any format. So, kind of just gotta live with it, dude. Voidwalker Thoughtseize puts me to 10, but I could get a Boros Charm, so no matter what, even if they had 3 spells, I would not be dead to any combination of 3 cards. I kind of like Dauthi Thoughtseize. Because then I could take, like, a Helix out of their hand, potentially, too. Which could be kind of interesting. I think that's the line. And I get to see if they have a creature too, because leaving up Fatal Push could be a real thing if they did have a creature, but very unlikely they have a creature. Okay, so that gets exiled. Are they gonna, like, bolt my Dauthi? How funny would that be? No, bolt me. Okay. Alright. Alright, play this tapped. Go. Well, they're in big trouble. Their hand is not good. They do have a redraw, but that gives me a damage and another 1/1. 3, 4, 5, 6. Goblin Guide. It's a little sad. It's a little sad, I'm not gonna lie. Well, I've got Fatal Push, so don't have to be too worried about this Goblin Guide. I'm just gonna attack all. Alright. Well, I've got to fade them peeling 2 burn spells, basically. It has to be 2 burn spells in this scenario. Oh, I should have played Fable there. That was really dumb. I don't think it matters, but I should have certainly done it. Hit this. Because of the... Yeah, it was just free to do. There's just no reason to not do it. But at the end of the day, I kind of just have to fade. If they get me, they get me. Because I do not think they have an out. Helix, maybe? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I guess Helix could be a bad thing for me. Like Helix, the Dauthi, go to 7, clone this. Yeah, they can live. What if I clone the Bowmaster? Actually, if I clone the Bowmaster, I think they die. So that's 1, 2, 3 extra damage. So I get a ping, I get a counter, I get a body. Either way, no excuse to not play that Fable. That was really loose, but we got away with it. Alright. Well, it's kind of nice to have EEs now because we can actually beat Sanctifier and Vec, which is cool. Inquisition definitely coming in here. Fury, I guess, comes in, although not very impressive. K-Command comes in, although not very impressive. Chalice might come in too, to be honest, although not very impressive. Just a lot of not impressive cards in this matchup. We really need to find Shieldred. That's kind of just the key. I guess this is probably what I want the deck to look like. Chalice is pretty loose. I have a lot of, like, 2s and 1s that I might want to play myself. I don't know. It's like, okay. It might be better than, like, 2 of some other card that I have here. Like, do I think Chalice on 1 is good enough to warrant a slot over something else? I really don't think so. Like, maybe K-Command's a little too slow. I don't know, though. It's typically going to be a 2-for-1, I think, against them. It's, like, fine. I don't know. I kind of think I just don't want Chalice. It's kind of what I'm thinking here. Seems kind of weak. Yeah, let's just do this. I could see, like, trimming 2 Dauthi, but I think racing is pretty relevant. Well, Sand is not particularly good. Yeah, Sand... God. It'll survive, and I guess it does pressure somewhat well. I'm going to keep it. I don't know. It's so bad into a Sanctifier and back. But most of my hands are going to look really bad into Sanctifier and back. There's not a ton I can do about it. We're very good against a creature draw. So I just need to hope that they don't have a Sanctifier, I guess. Play this. I'm just going to Flame Slash. Save Fatal Push for later. Kill this, go. Oh my god, they didn't hit second land. Let's go. Go ahead, opponent. Yeah, we might be able to just beat them down with Bowmaster if they don't Sanctifier me. Yeah, okay. Bowmaster you. Do I do this now or do I wait? I think doing it now is pretty acceptable. Gives me more damage. What are they going to do? Bolt the army? I mean, that's kind of a win. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's not a win. Maybe that's not a win. I'm just gonna... It's only one more damage. I'm just gonna wait until their turn. I don't want the bolt on my army here to happen. Bolt me? Sure. Well, at least they have to take a lot of damage, but here comes Sanctifier and back. Yeah, that's kind of rough. Alright, Bowmaster you. I'm gonna fetch here. I mean, this is like... This is a scary spot, certainly. The fact that I have to keep fetching is really lame. I mean, I just have to play rings. We just have to find Shelly. It's just kind of the name of the game, or an EE to kill this, but... fetch Swamp, play Ring. I'll draw. Pretty garbage. Go ahead. Yeah, this is the scary thing about this deck against Burn, is we really are not great against Sanctifier and back. At least the Ring is giving me some protection and some cards. Takanuma helps us dig. I would like to not take any more damage off my mana, if I can help it. Dothy's pretty good, I guess. Or am I supposed to ring again? Maybe I just have to ring again here. Yeah, otherwise I'm taking 4 damage. Yeah, I'm in a lot of trouble. I'm in a lot of trouble here. Can't decide whether I'm supposed to play the Dothy or play another ring. I think I have to ring. And then maybe not tap it anymore. I'll do this, I guess. I think this has to be the right way to go about this. I'm going to keep this one. Okay, they didn't have a burn spell. That's kind of wild. Is their hand just like all Searing Blazes? Maybe. Play this tapped, go. I'm not sure if I'm going to draw off this or not. We'll kind of wait and see. I may not. I think I probably have to win. It's 1 damage, but I get 3 cards. Like, they would just have to find something. I don't know. Maybe it's a spew to do it. I am at 13. They're at 12 with 2 pain lands. Like, it's kind of close. Like, do I need the cards? This has me at 11. Boros Charm has me at 7. It's honestly very close. I'm just not sure that the cards I have can win the game. As Dothy, I mean, they just use a burn spell on... Yeah, I think I'm going to live dangerously. Maybe I can draw a Shieldred at some point in this prelim. Literally, the only time we've had it is like in an opener that was terrible. Finally, dude. Alright, well, good luck, opponent. Good luck. Play this. Play Shieldred. Actually, I want to lead on Voidwalker. Play Voidwalker. Play Shieldred. Have fun. Have fun beating this. They could still beat it, but... Oh, and they're going to tap mana? Let's go, dude. Let's go. Boros Charm. You got it. I've been charmed. Shieldred. Good luck. No attacks. Your turn. Those 2 pain lands are really, really screwing them over. It's just so much damage. We did it. Let's go. Alright. Well, Sanctifier, as usual, was terrifying, but we were able to beat it. Man, we have a lot of time left. I'm, like, really tempted to... just rent a Pioneer deck and start a Pioneer League, because that's what we're going to do later anyway. But double queuing would be a disaster, and we're probably not going to play the fastest Pioneer deck, because I think we're going to try and play a top 8 list from NRG, and it'll either be Raj's build of Rakdos, Phoenix, the Greasefang Legends deck, but there's a lot of nuance to that deck. So I think what we're probably going to do is just load up Convoke on Arena between rounds here, as we typically do. Honestly, with this much time, we don't even have to play Convoke. We can kind of just do whatever we want on Arena. One in the prelims, not the best start, but we've 3-1'd our last couple with Rakdos Ring, so let's hope we can do it again. Okay, so... what do we want to play? I kind of just want to play Rakdos, to be honest. Let me go and see if I want to change anything. Don't really think so. I've been... oh, right, a Shieldred's Edict is in here because there's no Dreadbore. Edict has been atrocious. I do not want to play this. I remember the last time I played this, I hated Shieldred's Edict. Probably should just be another Go for the Throat. Or, like, a Power Word kill, but I think I'd rather have another Go for the Throat, so let's just do this. Goodbye to that. Cut this garbage. Yeah, alright. Don't think I'm changing anything else. Oh, that's right. We have a draft that we did too with Max. That's funny. That's not what we're gonna do right now. Constructed. I don't want to play any events. I just want to. Oh, is it find a match? There we go. Been a second. Explorer, best of 3, Rakdos. Cool. I think when I play Rakdos tomorrow in the prelim, because I'm pretty sure there's a 10 a.m. prelim on Tuesday that we always do. I might play Rakdos in the prelim. We might play something else. But if we do play Rakdos, oh yeah, this hand's insane. If we do play Rakdos, I mean, it doesn't have a 1-drop, but that's the only issue with this hand. No Thoughtseize, Duress, or Push. Everything else is perfect, though. It's got my namesake here in Bankbuster, so I'm into it. Okay. Against Spirits, sure. Question is, do I want to keep their stuff off the table? Probably, because of how expensive all my spells are here. So I think I'm just going to abrade this. Keep this off the board. Make Obsession not a real card. Make Rattle Chains way less effective. Bankbuster here doesn't quite make sense yet. I think I just leave up, go for the throat, probably. Maybe not. Maybe I actually get Shadow down. Shadow pressures them pretty hard. Bankbuster's not bad either. You know what? I'm actually going to Bankbuster because that lets me hold up, draw a card, plus go for the throat next turn, which I think is the kind of game I'm trying to play here. I don't know. It's tough. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. I am happy I didn't Shadow, though. Shadow just would not have cut it here, I don't think. This is very awkward, them having this much open. Yeah, they had a very good hand this game. I guess I could have not killed the Wanderer, but I don't think that made sense. I don't know. All right. We unfortunately just have to let Rattle Chains kind of do its thing right now. Go ahead. Which sucks, but I'm not playing into their counter magic, I'll tell you that much. Yep, this just happens. I don't even think I'm interested in doing anything yet. It's fine. You draw a card. Draw a card. Okay. Am I willing to do it now? Probably not, honestly. Let's untap. Okay, now I can Fable and hold go for the throat up. That might be the play, honestly. So they have to have 2 things that matter here. I mean, they probably do, but what are you going to do? Guy Slate. Okay, I'm not playing into 3 open mana, I don't think. Go. Alright, they got a little greedy, maybe. I have to hope that's what happened. They probably just have another Guy Slate, but if they do, I'm kind of just cooked. Yep. I mean, their hand was about perfect. If I... Like, even if I would have left the Wanderer in play, they just had double Geist Light back up there. It's pretty impossible to win that game, in my opinion. It's pretty insane. We didn't draw any 1-mana spells, and they had multiple threats, multiple Geist Light snares, and the Curious Obsession. It's a little too good. Alright, I'm on the play. What did I do on the play? I think I did this at the NRG and was pretty pleased. I brought in 2 Duress and the Noxious Grasp, cut the Karn and 2 Bankbuster, but then when I'm on the draw, I leave in all the Bankbuster and cut 2 Fable, was what I was doing. Not certain if that's correct, but I think I'm pretty happy with it. There's a world where Hidatsugu or Extinction Event makes sense against spirits, but I'm not really sure what I want to cut. That unfortunately is not it. Sand's also not very exciting, but I am going to keep. Thoughtseize you. Alright, their hand is very bad. I'm going to take, I think, Rattle Chains. It's either Rattle Chains or Slip, but I think it's Chains. And we're just going to literally Slam Shadow into Slam Giant if we can. Dude, give me a frickin' break. That is so goddamn annoying. Huh, it's like... Man, dude. Whatever. Shadow, go. It's just so annoying because it counters the Stomp if I kill this, but we can outrace that thing, I guess. Dude! What in the world? Wanderer into Invasion? Come on, man. So trash. Combat, attack. I'm just slamming a Bone Crusher. I think that's the way to play. We just need to try to start killing them, I think. Okay. Little surprised they didn't just flash this in and get the flip here. I think that was a mistake on their part. Pump once, probably. I think that makes sense. Pump. Damage. Take 7. Okay, go. Now I can stomp this. Oh yeah, they're playing this rather interestingly here. Sure. It's annoying, but it's really not that bad. I have a very good attack on them now. I would say our opponent is still losing. It's not the best, but whatever. Like, here I just have attack, pump, and then play a harvester. Like, pump. Take 7. Harvester, go. I feel pretty okay about where we're at here. Opponent very much on the back foot. Yeah, that's pretty good for me. What if I only attack with Bone Crusher? Is that a real play? I don't love that. I probably want to attack with Shadow too. I guess I could Thoughtseize them. But I kind of like having Go for the Throat as an option. I'm going to do this. And we're going to think for a minute. So, if I attack all, they're just going to block. They're going to fire up Mutavault, block, sack Light Shield Array. At which point, I guess I could cast Go for the Throat, at which point they would sack Wanderer to counter. And then they would kill both my... Yeah, that's terrible. There's no way that's good. What if I just sent Shadow Giant alone? And then just don't even plan to go for the Throat here. Maybe I Thoughtseize to see what's going on. I kind of don't hate that, I guess. Thoughtseize to see what the heck's up. Then I don't even go for the throat anymore, though. Kind of dislike that, but that slip out the back is really annoying, and I would also just like to know what the hell is in their hand. Another Queller, I guess, is super punishing. God damn, dude. That's really sickening, honestly. Just totally disgusting. Yeah, it could not have possibly gone any worse. Opponent's draws this game have been absolutely unbelievable. So if I attack with this, they may trade. They'll either trade the Light Shield Array or the Wanderer itself. Did I learn? I mean, I know how Amulet triggers work, dude. It's just Moto, dude. It's not even a real thing in paper. You just literally explain what you're doing. It's so simple. Attack. I am gonna attack, I think. Maybe this. I'm actually gonna send this. I think that the Bone Crusher is a better attacker on future turns because I don't have to put mana into it. Obviously going to assign this one first. Pump. No, I still don't really know how they work on Moto. That's just never gonna happen. Okay, let's do this, I guess. These sit-ups can help me think about it. Yeah, I guess so. They do this. Yep. Alright, well, super annoying, but fairly winnable spot still, I think. Alright, so the Blood Tide's kind of an interesting draw. I think I just send both and see what they do. And then I'll just play another Blood Tithe, more than likely. Sure. Sure. So they'll slip out the back the Queller, I assume. Which is annoying, but whatever. Yeah, it's fine. Resolves. We go to damage. Okay, that stupid thing's out of here now, which is good. I'm just going to play another Blood Tithe. I think this is pretty good here. Hopefully they didn't draw a third Spell Queller. If they did, screw me, I guess. But there's really not a great way to play around it, so I'm going to do this. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I'm fine with them drawing a just clean one-for-one counterspell, like, whatever. It's annoying, but it's fine. Okay, that just means they have Rattle Chains, right? There just has to be Rattle Chains. They would never make that attack unless they had Rattle Chains or another counterspell, I suppose. So I guess I just attack, take the trade, Thoughtseize them, and then kill this stupid thing. Alright. Combat. Try and punish that attack at least a little bit. Okay. I would like to Thoughtseize you now. They'll probably flash in Rattle Chains in response, I assume. No, they didn't. Okay, I'm going to take your Snare. Then I'm going to kill their thing. And I'm just going to play a 4-3. Go. Go, go, go. Sick 1-1. You got it. Okay. I think I just fire up Vault, especially now that I drew a Hive. We send both. They probably fire up Vault as well. Chump block Bone Crusher, trade Vaults. Then I play Hive. Okay, sure. Really? Okay. Didn't see that coming, but it makes sense. Well, good luck beating Hive. Go. Okay, they're dead. Alright, that was an interesting game. So now I'm on the draw. I trim Fables and bring the banks back. That's how I've been doing it, at least. I could see the 4th duress. I really could. They have... I mean, we know they have Geistlight Snare, almost certainly Wedding Announcement, slip out the back. Yeah, I actually only... I'm going to trim... I'm going to have all 4 duress with the way their build looked. Like, Invasion. We saw Invasion as well. Yeah, duress is just going to be great. I think I just want the 8 1-mana hand-hate spells. Just as many 1-mana plays as possible. There is some argument for an Extinction Event, too. I'm actually going to try an Extinction Event. I don't know if this is good or not, but it could line up well. What if there's any world where I just cut Fable on the draw? I think it's very bad, I really do. On the play, I think it's quite good, but on the draw, I'm not a huge fan. Could go like 1 more Extinction Event, 1 more Bank Buster. I kind of think I'm going to try that. Or even like, because I saw Destroy Evil, trim a Shelly, do this, because I don't want to get cluttered on 4-mana plays. I'm actually going to try this approach. It's kind of different, but let's see how it works. This hand is pretty bad. No removal. I mean, double Blood Tithe is interesting. If they don't have a Curious Obsession draw, it might be good, but this hand also just loses to Wedding Announcements super hard. I think on the play I would keep this hand, but I think on the draw we can just do better. Dude, this hand is also awful. I kind of don't want to keep this either. I mean, it's like fine. It's got a removal spell, I guess, and it has threats. Just kind of sucks. It's just not a very good hand. Like, they could have plenty of 5s that beat this. I don't know, though. I mean, Shadow does pressure pretty well. I have to be able to find a better 5 than this, right? And it's just, I mean, it does curve fairly well. And it does have a little bit of interaction, but it doesn't have a 1-mana play, which just concerns me a lot. It's a pretty mana inefficient hand. It will just lose to a good Curious Obsession draw. I'm going to mull this. This hand sucks. Alright, this hand's excellent. Keep. Yeah, so what do we not want? I think it's like Mutavault. And might actually be Shelly. Then I just go Duress, Shadow, and just start pumping Shadow. I kind of like that. Yeah, I'm going to do that. That's a pretty nice draw, too. Duress. What are you cooking with over there, opponent? Curious Obsession. Okay. Get that shit out of here. Could Bone Crusher, but I'm just gonna leave that up. Or could Shadow, but I just want to kill this Chains if they're dumb enough to flash it in, and they were. Don't think that play was particularly good. What they should have done, what a good Spirits player does there, I've tested with a very good Spirits player. What you want to do if you're committed to flashing in the Rattle Chains, he should have done it upkeep before I got my second land drop, so that way he could have given it hexproof, and then on his turn he would have had the mana to protect it if he needed to or wanted to. It's a play a lot of players don't make. It's not intuitive at all, but okay, that's pretty frickin' lame. Another Curious Obsession. Well, I'm in a little bit of trouble. Well, that helps. Combat, attack for 4. Looks like they don't have Slip Out the back or anything. I think I want to still probably do this upkeep. Spell Queller would be pretty annoying, but do I play the Shadow? I think I do. They're under quite a bit of pressure. Okay, they have some sort of response to a spell on the stack, it looks like. Okay. Kill this, good game, probably. It's going to be hard for them to beat. Really hard for them to beat. They could Wedding Announcement. That's an out here. Invasion just does very little. If I find a land here, they're in so much trouble. Untap land specifically, that's also good. Play this. Combat for you, go. Yep, this game's over. Play this, 7 you, go. Alright, well. I mean, their draw this game was pretty poor, I will say. A lot of lands over there. Matchup's always pretty close. I really don't even know who's favored. I think if they would have done the smart thing with Rattle Chains, it probably didn't make a difference, but it could have. It was certainly, if they were going to flash in the Chains, they needed to do it on the upkeep. It's just whether or not they were supposed to do it at all is interesting. They could have also played the Lord, which would have played around Bone Crusher, and we couldn't have killed the Lord. A lot of things, they could have done a lot of stuff differently in that game. But it's hard, obviously. They don't know that I had Bone Crusher instead of, like, Push and stuff. Alright, well, we're going to give Tegan some sit-ups here, I guess. Let's go ahead and exit Arena now, because the Modern, yeah, only 2 rounds left. Almost back. Alright. Tegan, I'll give you some sit-ups here, and then we're just waiting for another couple rounds here. Second. All right. I think I actually. Yeah, I'll be back. Do those sit-ups and then go bake myself some lunch. But I'll be back. actually going to order myself some lunch because my cats got into the bread this weekend as well, so now it's all moldy. So I had to throw that away. Have to go get some more. Oh, all right. Let's see here. And we've got one more match left, so should be into the next round momentarily. Oh, let's see. It's kind of interesting how we keep beating Burn with this deck. I feel like Burn in theory should be a bad matchup, but maybe it just isn't. I don't know. I do think... I mean, all of our games have been very close, but we've been able to... I think I'm like 4-0 against it or something, and Larry should have beaten it when he played it in the challenge as well. He like made a few mistakes that really cost him. So maybe the matchup's just not... I mean, Shieldred is a huge problem for Burn. I mean, it really is. I thought we were getting a little lucky to find Shieldred as often as we were when we only played 2. But now that we played 3, like, we should just see one of it a game, typically. Especially by turn 4. And Burn really struggles with Shelly. Especially Shelly when there's a ring already with 1 counter on it and you just have instant speed, gain 4, draw 2. It's kind of problematic for them, to say the least. All right, round 3 in 2 minutes. Nice. We'll see what we get queued into this round. Burn and Thopter Sword, not really what I would have assumed out of our first 2 rounds. I will say I've not missed Lightning Bolt yet at all. Fatal Push and Flame Slash have already been, I think, a little better. As Bolt against Burn is nice because it makes racing easier. Bolt is also nice because you can cast it under a Blood Moon, but alright, winning the die roll is a good start. Oh, we're playing against Reid Duke. Alright, so Reid Duke's probably on Jund, is my guess, although he didn't reveal a companion, so that's kind of interesting. In any case, this hand cannot be good enough. I'm going to mulligan this. Alright, this one certainly can be good enough. I'm going to keep this in bottom, I think, a ring. We'll see how good Blood Moon is against him. Reid Duke, probably a Ragavan gamer, but we'll see. Blue-black ring. Okay. Well, if he's on blue-black ring, how good is Blood Moon against blue-black ring? It can be good, but it can also just suck. And Reid Duke is smart enough that he's not just going to walk into getting Blood Moon, but at the same time, curve considerations matter too. So I think I get rid of a ring. I don't know, though. It's close. Depends if I think I can get him with Blood Moon. I really don't think I'll be able to, but... yeah, if I don't think I can get him with Moon, I should probably just get rid of it. I'm going to get rid of Moon. I think that's going to be my final answer. In before he's on Tron. Or Amulet. It doesn't really seem like a Reid deck, though. Blue-black ring is a very much Reid Duke deck, so... okay. Basic Island Preordain, yeah, it's fine. I'm just gonna... I think get the Bowmaster into play. It's not a horrible draw, but yeah, I'm just gonna Bowmaster. I don't really want Bowmaster to get counterspelled, although maybe I don't care. The problem with playing the Bowmaster is he can Bowmaster my Bowmaster. Maybe I'm just supposed to be patient. Yeah, I guess I'll just be patient. Mount and go. Oh, Bowmaster. Alright, well, we got a little lucky here. Maybe he has a subtlety, but I don't know if he would subtlety in response to this. It probably depends. Okay. I mean, honestly, like, if he Bowmasters my Bowmaster, this still, like, isn't even that good for me, I don't think. Preordained Consider is interesting. I wonder if he's... is this still blue-black? I mean, it could just be Shadow. He could just be on Shadow, at which point I wish I would have kept Blood Moon, but nope. I guess it could still be Shadow. Murktide? It might just be Murktide. Alright, well, Fable here was an insanely good draw. Yeah, he's just got to be on Murktide, right? This just has to be Murktide, I think. I'm going to get Basic Swamp. I'm going to play a Fable. I'm going to attack. Go. I've got him under a little bit of... oh my god, he's playing Storm? Let's go, Reid. Reid's just out here playing Storm in the prelim. All right, well, Shieldred's probably going to be pretty good here. I think I want to get rid of one ring and a land because I can use the treasure to play the Shelly. I think that's acceptable. So I think I ditch these two. Okay. Go. All right, well, I think I'm in good shape, but I don't know. He might be able to beat Shieldred. What's up, Buwalda? How's it going? You picked a good time to join here. We're playing against Reid Duke in the modern prelim. He's on, it looks like Storm, which is pretty hot. Let's see. I mean, he could just have a way to bounce Shelly. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility at all. Okay, he's trying to go for it here. That's one of the most Reid Duke things I've ever heard in my life. It's pretty Reid Duke. It is pretty Reid Duke. I could have a bolt, maybe? Maybe another grape shot? This might be another grape shot. That's kind of hot. Okay, Manamorphose. Okay. This is pretty interesting now. Now he gets to copy all his spells. He can ritual. I might die. I might die. Yeah. He can ritual. Yeah, I want him to go off too. I mean, part of me does. So he goes Rit. He can grape shot my entire board away. Yeah. I actually think I'm gonna die. It's kind of brutal. I don't really think I could have done much else this game. He kills my entire board and then Manamorphoses twice. Yeah, I'm so dead. Oh, man. That blows. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, well, that's sweet that you made top 8. Well, time to die. I think anyway. Probably time to die. Okay. pretty sure this is deterministic, and he gets 2 of them. I'll just make him find another... If he shows me another grape shot, we can move on. Oh, I'm so dead. Alright, well, Inquisition's gotta be fine. Leyline, probably pretty good against Storm. Seems okay. Blood Moon is atrocious. Fury is atrocious. EE seems kind of good too. It beats the empty plan while also being able to blow up Pyromancer Ascension, which I definitely think could matter. Are we chalicing? No, I don't know. I don't think so. It seems kind of bad to me. I don't know. I think I want Leyline. I think I definitely want Leyline. I think I'm just going to cut Terminate for Leyline, and... Is there ever a world where I trim a ring for another Leyline? I don't really want to flood on the ring here. I think I kind of want to do this. I still want the 1-mana removal to deal with the mana idiots. I don't know, maybe this is not enough interaction for the mana creatures. I think Bowmaster is pretty good, but honestly, Bowmaster is kind of mid, too. Maybe I want more removal for their things. Yeah, I think that's probably correct. We'll leave a Bowmaster. I don't think Chalice is good, though. I have, like, too many... First of all, he can beat Chalice very easily. Pyromancer Ascension can get around Chalice pretty quickly. And also, he can just, like, Gifts Ungiven for 2s. Like, they can definitely beat Chalice. Like, a Chalice for 1 might screw me harder than it screws him. I think I'm just going to do this. Actually, I'm gonna just have no Bowmaster, keep all the rings in. That's maybe a little aggressive. It's a lot of 4s, but I just don't think Bowmaster is, like, that good. It's, like, fine. At best. You like Command over the 4th ring? We could try that, I guess. Sure, I'm fine with trying that. Being able to rebuy Doffy could be good. Or Monkey or whatever. Or Shieldred. This hand looks great. We're going to keep Thoughtseize, Terminate Shieldred. Him on a mulligan is nice. This is kind of weird, but part of me actually doesn't want to fetch, because I don't want to thin my deck of lands, because I really want to draw lands. So I wonder if there's an argument to just shock this in and Thoughtseize. Yeah, kill Electro, make him discard is insane, obviously, but also rebuy Threat, make him discard could be good too. Alright, Dress Down's pretty annoying. I wonder what I'm supposed to... Do I just take the Preordain? His hand is kind of awful if I just take Preordain. I think I'm going to take Preordain, yeah. I think that makes sense to me. Yeah. That's not terrible. I think I'm just going to take Gifts Ungiven Manamorphose, probably. Dress Down is annoying, don't get me wrong. But I think we can beat that one pretty easily. Morphos is definitely a better redraw than Dress Down is. So I think the takes here are Gifts, Morphos. Maybe I just leave him with Gifts, but Gifts scares me a lot, especially the Ritual in his hand. I think so too. Yeah, I'm going to take the Morphos. Because the thing is, like, if he draws a land, cycling Morphos is basically free, but cycling Dress Down is not at all free. All right, he missed a land. That's very bad for him. I'm just going to play this, go get a tap Blood Crypt, and then we're going to jam a Shieldred on him. Not a bad draw that beats an empty. Could also beat an Ascension. What Reid could do here is if he finds Grape Shot, he could, if he finds land, he can go land, Ritual, Bolt, Grape Shot, which would be pretty gross. Oh, yeah, I mean, he could. He definitely could. I mean, what I just said is all it takes. Okay, so he's going to end step Dress Down, I guess, but that turns all his Mana Lords off, so that should be okay for me. For you. Okay. Do I think I'd play EE on 2 so I could pop the Dress Down if I felt I needed to. I think that makes sense. I don't see a huge reason to not do this here. Go. I assume he Dress Downs. Now the question is, do I blow up the Dress Down right now? Yeah, it is a sitting answer for the Dorks. Yeah, and the Dress Down shuts off the Dorks anyway. This just happens. No, I don't think I do either. That'd be a spew. Consider. All right, now I might pop it. With the Consider on the stack, I may blow this. It's close, though, because he could just Ascension me. Yeah, you know, I don't care. This is fine. Whatever. Leyline is not a horrid draw either. Combat. It's not a great draw. I mean, I'm probably not playing it, but it's just no reason to tap out. Go ahead. Dress Down again. Okay, this time I might blow it up with that trigger on the stack. Because I have Terminate, I think that makes sense to just blow this up with a trigger on the stack. He goes to his draw step, goes to 5. Yeah, I think this one makes sense. Okay, draw your card, take your 2 damage. Draw step, take your 2 damage. Yeah, exactly. Killing the Dork is why it's acceptable. Where we get punished is if he goes Dork, land drop, double Ritual, and then gets me, but yeah, I don't know. well, he's in the tank. That's either good or bad. I'm not really sure. I assume it's probably bad. Okay. That seems good for me, maybe. Okay. Well, Flame Slash looking a lot worse than Lightning Bolt this game, I'll tell you what. Same with Fatal Push. Fatal Push also looking a lot worse than Lightning Bolt, but... Alright. Well, that's nice. Game 3. So... yeah. Do we want to change anything else? I don't think so. I think I'm pretty happy with this configuration. Yeah, I don't think so either. Still pretty sure Chalice is garbage. Because he's got to have, like, Echoing Truth, right? Echoing Truth is almost certainly in his deck to deal with opposing nonsense like Shieldred, like Chalice, like EE, things of that nature. So I assume he's got Echoing Truth. So, like, honestly, where you want to put this, I think, is on 2. I'm pretty sure Chalice for 2 is what you want to do, and that's just another 4-mana play. And we already have plenty of those, because hard-casting Leyline is a thing that could come up. Which is never going to happen. Yeah, exactly. We just have too many other things to do with our mana, typically, so... I don't think this hand's good enough. Doffy is cool and everything, but 5 lands ain't it. I'm going to mull this. 2-1 in prelim. Let's go, Dan. Oh, yikes. The 0-lander. Shucks. All right, well, we have a ley line. Okay. So I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to get rid of K-Command. And I think I get rid of the EE, actually, because... well, I think I want to keep the ring because that's how I can recuperate from this mulligan. What if I get rid of Dalthy? Is that insane? Dalthy is my pressure, but he might have, like, Bolt to deal with it, right? You like bottoming Dalthy? Yeah, that's kind of my thought as well. Let's see what happens. Yeah, well, yeah, the ring, I mean, the ring just activating a million times is probably how we win, I suppose. Okay, that's actually very good. I'm just going to play this tapped. We do have to mind our life total because he can definitely... he can do a lot of damage to me at any given time. So I don't want to be super reckless, and the ring is obviously going to pressure my life total too. Especially because we're down to 3 copies, so drawing the second copy like isn't even that likely. Sure. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. I think I'm just going to play this on 2 and say go. Although that's really awkward, because then I lose to an empty. Serum Visions is indeed a throwback. Huh. Yeah, I probably do. I just hate losing to empty. But we probably have to do it. I don't know. God, dude. Problem is I don't have a removal spell for a mana thing. Yeah, so it's... I mean, no, it's not clear he has empty, but it's very likely he has empty. Very likely. Not in his hand, necessarily, but in his deck. I think believing that he has empty is very reasonable. What we have to determine is if does a 2-mana Lord actually beat us if there is a Leyline in play? Like, do we lose to him? I don't think so. I think I just hold the EE and just play Fable next turn. Yeah, I don't know. I hate spewing it. I think we can beat Mana Lords, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna F6. He also might think I'm holding up a removal spell for 2-mana Lord here too, so maybe he'll wait on playing one. I don't know. Especially after that tank. Maybe he'll think that... Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's tough. It's also very possible that not having Bowmaster was just a punt. I don't know. Pyromancer Ascension. Okay, that doesn't really do anything with a Leyline in play. Now, he might be able to set something up, but... Alright, I do think I want to fetch, although maybe not. I kind of want to draw a land to loot it away with Fable. Yeah, alright, Fable, go. Okay, that's very acceptable. Kind of wonder if he's going to do an empty turn. I'm very curious what this turn is going to have in store. This Leyline has really put in a lot of work, though. Basically have killed a card already in that Ascension. If it's empty, you just ring. Yeah, that's true. Very true. Okay, gifts ungiven. Sure. Assume he's gonna get, like, an Echoing Truth or something. Then EE and Ruinous Day. Yeah, I bet you an empty might be involved in this gifts pile, too. This will be interesting. Alright, I'm going to give him Serum Visions Consider, I think. Put the chosen cards into your... Target opponent chooses 2. So target opponent chooses 2. Put the chosen cards into your graveyard. So the 2 I pick go into his graveyard. So I'm going to choose Lightning Bolt Preordain. Okay, he has another bolt anyway. Sad. Whatever. Not the end of the world. I'm certainly going to pitch one of these lands. I think that's all I'm going to do, though. Okay, play this, fetch, play the ring. I will just draw a card right now, why not? Okay, go ahead. Okay. Take 1, terminating it. Draw 2 cards. This is 1000% gifts. He's shocked. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I didn't even see that. I was looking away. Either way, we're doing this. Okay, Douthy's pretty good. Play a Douthy. And play a tap land, I guess. Go. What an interesting game. I wonder if he... No, he didn't gifts. So maybe he was just bluffing a gifts? That was strange. I wonder if he was bluffing? I don't know. That is weird, yeah. I don't really know either. Yeah, bluff. I mean, that's the only reason I can think of, is that he was bluffing. Life total's a real thing? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, another ring here is so insane. I think I'm just going to attack for 5, but... Yeah, I don't know that Reid would do it either. It's hard to say. Okay, a monkey here is awesome. So I could dash this. I'm going to dash monkey. And then I'm just going to attack all? Because I don't really need to ring again here. I don't think anyway. I don't know, maybe I do? I think it's unlikely though. I'm going to dash monkey attack all. Well, the thing is though, we have Leyline. I know what it means, but I just want to pressure him. I mean, I am going to ring again now, don't get me wrong, now that the monkey hit, but I was wondering if he would... Okay, so he does have Brawl. I'm not even going to worry about that, I'm just ringing here. The one ring. Okay, choose the one to keep. Let me keep this one. Go ahead. Okay, now he has the gifts. Okay. With the trigger on the stack, I assume. Wait. He can't target me. Did he mess that up? Or is this still on the stack? Oh, that's still on the stack. Okay. Sure. Yeah, he does. I mean, I'm just not going to let him have burn. It's like any amount of red cards are just getting exiled, I think, here. I think what the real question is if I'm... Alright, so I choose 2, they go to exile. So the 2 that I am going to exile are Preordain and Manamorphose here. Put the cards that I choose into the exile zone. Preordain, Manamorphose. Go ahead. I may actually not activate the ring anymore. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Because I think that I just don't want to get grape-shotted out of this game. I think that is one of the only ways I lose, but we'll see. I mean, I could hit, like, Thoughtseizes and stuff. But, like, getting grape-shotted is still real. Like, he could just go, you know, draw spell, Morphose, bolt you, grape shot. Like, they're... Yeah, I guess that's true. Well, we have lethal right now anyway. I can go dash, monkey, Voidwalker, copy the new Voidwalker, combat 8. So, I mean, I have lethal. Assuming he has no bolts. But if he's bolting my creatures, that means he can't bolt me, which I guess is probably good. Yeah, we'll probably draw cards. We can always find a Thoughtseize, too, which could be big. But yeah, obviously Shoulder to be very good, too. Consider is fine. He has 2 bolts currently in exile, so that's worth noting. No grape shots, though. No grape shots yet. Casting a bunch of draw spells, trying to set something up. All this makes sense. So he only has probably 2 lightning bolts left in his deck, if that. If he's on 4. He probably is on 4. Well, now I can just dash monkey and I have lethal on that front too. I can just dash, attack all, see what he does. So, I mean, he's certainly not going to leave himself dead. Maybe he's going to do a grape shot here to kill my board. Yep, looks like that may very well be what he's doing. Yep, good play there from Reid. Sure. Yep, all this makes sense. Okay, we'll definitely be drawing cards. Okay, he's down to 4 cards, which... Okay. I'm gonna fetch... I'm gonna draw 2. Okay. Dash this. Man, these draws are bad. Yeah, they've not been great. I agree. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Oh, Bolt there is kind of interesting. That means he doesn't have it, so that's good. I'm going to bolt him. Yeah, that was very good. Play this. I mean, I just need to hope he can't deal 12 to me. That's what this comes down to now. Do I played this on 0? Probably not. No huge reason. Clean up. I'll pitch a ley line, I guess. Go. Please don't kill me, Mr. Reid. Would appreciate it. There are definitely worlds where I die here. He could have, like, 2 grape shots and chain spells. Okay. Looks like he's not doing anything, maybe? Okay, that's a good sign. I'll take 2. There are none. Or the 1. There's 1 grape shot in exile, so... I mean, I'm gonna dash, I think. Actually, maybe I draw 3. This is getting really scary now. But I probably want to draw 3 to find if... Like, if I find a Thoughtseize, I could take an interaction, you know? Okay, we found double Shieldred. That's pretty insane. So now he kind of just has to beat everything here. Seems unlikely. Dress down, I see. Try to kill you. Odawara, okay. Try to play a Shelly. Do I play this as well? Probably. I don't think I need Terminate up here. You think it's greedy to play it, really? I don't know that it is. But maybe it is, I don't know. Alright, well, beating Reid Duke is pretty gas. We've beaten Wafo and Reid Duke in the last 2 prelims, so pretty sweet. I guess Wafo was, what, 2 prelims ago, because I played a modern one, too. But it's always nice to beat the all-time greats. Reid Duke is certainly an all-time great. Alright, sounds good. I'll be right back as well, actually. I'm going to grab my food. Alright. Right on time, pretty much. Okay. We'll see what this opponent's playing. It has been kind of the Wild West today here. We've played against Storm, Urza, and Burn. Modern, you know, Modern has a lot of playable decks right now. It really does. To be fair, I don't know necessarily if Storm is playable, but Dota's typically Rhinos. Thank you, Dan. Last deck they played, though, well, the last deck they 5-0'd with was Creativity, so something to keep in mind. Well, that's a mulligan in either matchup. We just beat Reid Duke, DBZ. He was on Storm. It was a close one. It was pretty sweet, man. It was pretty sweet. Okay, we're gonna mulligan this immediately. This hand is not great, but it's good enough. I'm not mulling. Oh, we'll get rid of this, I guess. I don't know whether to hope they're on Rhinos or Creativity. I feel like Creativity might be a harder matchup, but this hand is pretty weak into both. Well, they're on a mulligan to 5, and they're on a Black Cleave Cliff stack, so I don't know what the hell's going on. I wonder if we're just, like, playing a mirror? What is... Because they didn't reveal Giganta, so they're not, like, Shadow or anything. I don't really know what's going on. I think I'm going to play a Monkey. Although I kind of don't want to get Bowmastered, so... Is there any argument to hold the Monkey? I just don't know what's going on at all. I don't have a clue. I kind of wonder if we're playing a mirror. Because there are not many Black Cleave Cliff decks in Modern. Scam? Oh, they could be Scam. He might just be scamming. Which still kind of makes me just want to hold the Monkey. Either way, I'm not just going to hold the Monkey. I'm just going to play land, say go. Yeah, your turn. It's probably just Scam. Never mind. Silly of me to not just immediately assume Scam. Okay, opponent also had a Monkey. This did not play around them monkeying me very well. So maybe I should have played mine, although I get to just do the same play that they just made here to them. Thank God I'm not playing Bolt, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't even care if they bolted me that much, but... Okay, do this. Question is, do I dash my Monkey? Now that I drew a ring, I think the answer is absolutely. Or I could just hold up Terminate for theirs. And then just play Fable, but I kind of want to dash Monkey because they can't Bowmaster it right here. I like not getting Bowmastered on this. Like, yes, they can dash Monkey again, but that's not even that good, in all honesty. It's, like, fine at best. Okay. Huh. Well, I could leave up Bowmaster, but I feel like this won't dash. I kind of just want to play my Fable. I don't even know what I'm going to loot away with this hand, though. This hand is insanely good. I'm going to say go. They're probably going to play a Fable, and then I can terminate the token, I guess. Alright. Grief, maybe? Alright, so probably have to terminate this, unfortunately. They probably have to take the ring. Maybe they take Fable. I don't know. My hand's great. Okay, so they don't have a removal spell in their hand, is what that tells me. I'm not even going to fetch here, because I would love to just get a ring into play. Alright, well, now I'm going to fetch. Get this. Play a Fable. Your turn. What's going to be interesting is what we do on Chapter 2 here. Okay. I think I want to pitch land Dothy. And then get a ring into play. Dothy's just so bad into Fury. I think it's these two. Okay, that's pretty good. Combat. Attack. Now what I could do here is I could just double Bowmaster their Goblin Shaman. And then if they want to loot, they just like can't loot off this Fable anymore. It's a disaster. And they definitely want to loot away that Monkey. I think that's actually what I'm going to do, is just double Bowmaster. Like, Fury Undying it would suck. Actually, God, that would... Fury Undying it would be a disaster, but... It might be somewhat unlikely they have that. I don't know. It's really interesting. It does play pretty bad into Fury. But they kind of have to have exactly that. They'd be down to one card. I could still just top deck a land and ring them. Worst case, I get to play another Fable. Yeah, I'm going to Bowmaster their stuff down. I don't know if that's right or not, but... It seems pretty okay to me. To potentially punish this loot. Because it is very punishing, too. Because it gives me 2 counters. Wow. Okay. Well, that seems great for me. You're not wrong. This is insanity here. Okay. Sure. Combat. Attack all, I think. I mean... I could Dothy them as well, but I think I just want a ring. I could just get in there. Send house. Yet again, a spot where I kind of am missing Lightning Bolt. But we'll see if it costs us. Yeah, they have to think about if they even... Yeah, it's a tough call. Yeah. Alright, now I'm going to ring. After they... Oh, you know what? They could Undying the Bowmaster here. I didn't think about that enough. I wonder if I should have just played Dolphy. Maybe I should have. May have been stupid on my part to play it this way. Yeah, I don't love the way I walked into that. I probably should have played Dolphy. Do I just shame Dolphy now? Maybe I do. The shame Dolphy. Yeah, I'm going to play Dolphy so I can't get double Furied. Although I can, they can just... That doesn't even stop a Fury Undying, because they can resolve the damage first. Now, no. Kind of a tough spot. I think I want to be efficient. I'm just going to play Fable. Don't really need to loot. I'm pretty happy with my hand. Yeah, that was a big mistake. I should have Dolphied. I did not think about them Undying the Bowmaster. Obviously, very costly mistake. Yeah. Okay. Well, fortunately, I don't need to loot. My hand is good. That was a good draw, too. No loots. Okay. I'm going to send the army and the shaman, I think, leaving up reflection. Because I can actually Fable them here. This looks heinous. This is great, man. What are you talking about? Heinous. This is heavenly. Yeah, so what I can actually do here is I can attack with both these, get a treasure, and then I can clone my Dolphy, terminate their reflection, and then play another Fable of my own. Which is pretty insane. I assume they trade their army with the shaman. And then take 6 would be my guess. Okay. Sure. Maybe I hope they don't have another bolt here, but they definitely could. Pseudo mirror, yeah, kind of. Another thing I could do, I guess, is not even do the Fable thing and just try to kill a Bowman. I could kill their 2/2 Bowman, and then I could copy Doffy, Bowman their Bowman. That's bad, though, if they, like, Fury me, because then they can reflect. Yeah, I have to hit the reflection. Double kill is definitely good, but the issue is Fury. If they, like, have Fury red card, then they get to clone the Fury, kill my entire board, and we could lose, so I'm going to do it this way. Okay, I don't know if they have a response. Kind of feels like they don't. Play this. Go. Can we? I don't think that's... Is that how that works? Because they would just kill the Doffy. And then you can't Fury at instant speed. That is... I don't think that's how that would work, Chris. I think I would get really screwed there, right? They would resolve the damage, kill the Doffy, then it goes to the graveyard. What a game that was. Went 3-1. Let's go, Dan. We're on our way there, too, hopefully. All right, so against Scam, I want more Furies. Blood Moon sucks. I don't think Inquisition is good, but it is interesting. I will say my removal suite against Scam is going to be nice. The pushes and the flames... Well, the Flame Slash in particular is nice. You have to follow time rules with that garbage card? I think you do, yeah. Fairly certain. Unlucky, I know. What else do I not want versus Scam? Monkey, right? Monkey on the draw I hate. I want K-Command. I mean, I might leave a couple in, but I want K-Command. I guess Leyline's, like, fine here. Leyline's probably good. It stops their stupid Undying garbage. Wonder if I maybe cut a Thoughtseize. I might do this. I could also trim a Shieldred because they're a Terminate deck. But I do think Shieldred's quite good. I know you are, man. And Kyle's only like 3 points away from you. That Phoenix player is right on our tail, too. It's actually going to be a pretty exciting ending to the NRG season. You, me, and Dan really need to win. We need to win and push ourselves away from everyone else. I'm going to trim a Shelly on the draw. I mean, I'm certainly going to keep this hand. It is pretty bad to a turn 1 Fury, but I'm not afraid. Yeah.
We definitely could lose, don't get me wrong, but I'm going to keep a hand that beats a turn 1 Ragavan, you know? Alright, well, they didn't do anything stupid, so Swamp go. Leave up Fatal Push if they dash Monkey. That would be sick, Chris. When is Indy? It's a month away pretty much, right? Indy's the next one, yeah? Is there like a huge... There's like a month and a half break? Are there just 2 more? Is it Indy and Madison? Okay. I think I just want to play Voidwalker here. There's also an argument to just play this tapped. And then I can't get second Swamp into a blood... I mean, they're not going to Blood Moon me, I don't think, but... Yeah, you know what? I'm actually just going to play tap land, say go. I think Dothy here kind of sucks. I would much rather just push their Fable token and then play my own Fable. And if they do have Fury, Undying Fury, I'd rather just lose no creatures to it, so... Yep. Kill that garbage. Play my own Fable. Goop. Honestly, I wonder, like, Dothy is pretty bad in this matchup. I'm not very impressed with this card here. I wonder if we want to board some number of them out. Like, I don't want 0, but I don't think I want 4 either. I'm not really liking how it necessarily lines up. Okay, I'm gonna Grief, Undying Grief, but my hand is very good, so it's whatever. Dothy, I guess, would have stopped this scenario, but, like, what? I mean, now I just have a Fury in 2 turns. Like, they will just lose to this. They're just going to lose to me hard casting Fury. I'm just pitching both Dothys. These suck. No, that's not particularly good either, but, I mean... Whatever. Play this. Go. Just gonna hard cast a Fury in a second. Question becomes, what do I kill? It's probably the Grief. I think it's just Pioneer Modern, is my assumption. Alright, I would like to draw a spell. That'd be cool. I guess if I kill Reflection, that protects me from Fury and Bowmaster, so maybe I just kill the Reflection. I don't know. This is a tough call. I like Bowmaster not being an out to my Fable, though. I think I have to hit Fable here. It really sucks, but fairly certain that's the hit. It just cuts them off so many outs. Okay. Okay, well, they obviously don't have a removal spell, or they would have just used it and killed me. Yep. Alright, let's go. 3-1. Beat Scam. Screw that deck. We played the cool Rakdos deck and got a 3-1, so pretty nice. We beat Reid Duke today. We've 3-1 now, 3 different prelims with this deck, so still running at a 70% clip. Deck feels good. I think this deck is, like, good. I kind of wish I would have played this just this weekend. Maybe I'll play it at the next one. Who knows? The next Modern one I do. That's a team event, though. So I guess my team would have to be cool with me playing this. But this deck, like, feels good. And I like it more than Scam because it doesn't do exactly what our opponent just did, where you, like, mull to 5 and just lose because your deck just kind of plays really low resource games sometimes, and you just lose. I don't know. Just got baited by Titan. I mean, I really got baited by you because you couldn't lose with Titan. And to be fair, I don't even, like I told you, like, I don't even think I played that bad. Like, I kind of just got on Friday or Saturday. I don't know. We're all playing Modern, dude. It's 3 Modern, right? It's whatever decks we want Modern. We can play all the same deck. We can play different decks. But I believe that team event is, what, non-unified is what that's called? Alright, chat. We're going to have a vote about what deck we're going to play now in Pioneer. So we can either play... I'm going to give people a few options, and let's pull up some of the deck lists here. Yeah, I'm not even going to bother pulling up the deck list. People know generally what most of these decks look like. So we're either going to play Kyle's 4-color, Kyle and Chris. We'll give them both credit here. The deck from NRG, the 4-color Legends deck through a league. We can play Phoenix through a league, the Black-Red Nemos, Black-Red Deuces, Black-Red Mono 2-drops. We could do that too, I guess. I was kind of thinking more along the lines of Raja's Rakdos deck, which is basically just Gingers plus a Shadow. My build of Rakdos featuring the Karn. Phoenix, the winning Phoenix list, or we could go on Moto. I think Moto's Saturday Challenge had like 3 Phoenixes, if I remember right. It had a lot. I think, anyway. And then 4-color Legends, that's 4 different decks. Were there any other cool top 8 decks? I don't really want to play Lotus. All right, we're about to do the vote. Give me a sec. Let me get it set up here. Manage poll. New poll. Pioneer deck. 4-color Legends. Phoenix. Raja Rakdos. Karn Rakdos. And I don't remember any other interesting deck that was in that top 8. I guess there was Rack-Sack. I don't really want to play Rack-Sack, if I'm being honest. There was Mono Green. I certainly don't want to play Mono Green. There was Lotus. I don't want to play Lotus. And what was the... Wasn't it 8 different archetypes? I swear it was 8 different archetypes. But I do not remember what they were. Oh, there was Blue-White Lotus as well. I don't want to play that. And... I think we're just going to vote between these 4. All right, we got 3 minutes. Here we go. You guys can vote on this. I'm going to return these cards. Oh, can I not trade these back till the prelim? I probably can't trade them back till the prelim's over, huh? All right, well, we're going to have to wait a little while longer. The prelim actually has to end. Because I can't actually... Well, I guess I don't even need to return cards right now. That's awesome, Ventus. Good call. No mono white? You want mono white on this? We could. I actually don't mind playing mono white. I like mono white, and I think it's kind of good right now. So sure, if you want to vote for mono white, just say mono white in the chat, I guess. You vote both. All right, that's 1 vote for Phoenix and 1 vote for mono white each. We'll let Garmok have 2 votes, because I don't believe mono white will win regardless. I would be very surprised. Very surprised if people would rather see mono white than the other options, but maybe I'm wrong. All right, Mana Traders, Deck Builder, and we'll see what people want. Play the good deck. 4-color Legends. I mean, 4-color Legends is sick. I don't know if that's the good deck in this scenario, but... It's certainly the most interesting. No question about that. Well, it looks like 4-color Legends is going to win. Alright, we're playing 4-color again. 1 second here. So, Kyle, what were the changes you made to the list? I'm just going to update the one I already have here rather than go download it again. Also, I don't remember. There it is, 4-color Legends. All right, so have you pull it up and you'll tell me? It's up. So, Iganjo, you said you cut for another Confluence, yeah? Or you would have? Go to board? Okay, we'll go to the board first. It sure is, Ventus. So funny. Alright, what are we doing with the sideboard here? Two Reid Duke. Okay. Were those the only changes you made, though? Cool. Easy. All right, these two and Iganjo out for Confluence. Cool. Let's export this. Good deal. Gonna rent this. Oh, you know what? I think I am gonna need to return the other cards. I don't know if our rental limit will let us do this, although I've already got Shieldrids. That's gonna be most of the price of this deck. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna clear this, upload 4-color Legends Greasefang, upload. Yeah, this deck will be almost nothing without the Shieldrids. If I take the Shieldrids off, yeah, we're actually gonna be just fine. I can take the basic out. Certainly don't need to rent a basic. Okay, cool. Rent. Oh yeah, Thoughtseize as well. 3 Thoughtseize. Yeah, okay. Cool. So that's on the way. Let's go ahead and put this on the cardboard live. Gonna start grinding with that tonight. Nice, Ventus. Nice. Okay, cool. So we gotta wait for the rent to come over, then I gotta trade it over, and then we're good. I'm not gonna lie, I have a really weird feeling that this deck might be really bad to play today. Because I just have this sneaking suspicion a lot of players are gonna try to pick up Phoenix again. And I do not think this deck is good at all into Phoenix. But we'll see what happens. May will dodge. I'll try my best. 3-1 at Buwalda. We beat Scam 2-0. So that was pretty hype. Was indeed noise. I agree. What does that little cat mean? It's a dingo with a gun? It's funny. What is taking so long on this rent? Am I still in a trade? Oh, right. I'm in a trade. That's why this isn't coming through. Okay, there we go. That happens. Then the other one should come through now, I think. Maybe I have to click to do a trade. There we go. Someone subs so you can hear plankton. We have not adjusted that yet to be the noise. It's still the normal noise. Oh man, dude. No, that would be a good one though. Like we were talking about last night. Alright, let's do a trade. I do too, man. You're not wrong. It's pretty great. Alright. Let's grab what we need. Excuse me. Tormod script. Alright, boom. Here we go. On to some Pioneer. Alright, I need to accept it from the other. There we go. Confirm. Alright, I think we're good. We got everything we need. Yeah, we do. Okay. Update. Into a league we go. Pioneer League. 1 play points. Boom. Let's rock. There is no longer a confirmation to join. Alright, sure. Yeah, I don't either. I know it's not good into Phoenix, so let's just not play against Phoenix. this hand stinks. We need another mana. Yeah, I mean, you didn't lose until you played against a bad matchup, so it probably means the deck's fine. This is obviously a mulligan. Oh. One sec, let me move this over. That's my bad. There we go. It was terrible. It didn't have lands. This hand looks pretty bad as well. If they can interact with their Fiend, we just don't do anything. I think we have to go to 5, yeah. I assume this is just a ship. One thing I am noticing about this deck, though, that is kind of an issue, is it just seems to mulligan a crap ton. Like, Chris had to mull to 4 twice on the day. You had to mull to 5 a few times, I saw. Which I guess isn't that different than normal Grease Fang, but I guess I have to mull to 4. This hand doesn't play either. Alright, well, this is a pretty good hand. I mean, this is about as good as it gets. I'm going to keep 2 lands, Rona and probably Grease Fang. I think I get rid of Otawara and a Plaza and Rafine. I think that's going to be my keep, and then if we find the vehicle, we could still do the thing, so probably about as good as it's going to get. Hopefully our opponent can't interact. Hopefully they're playing mono green, honestly. God damn it, that is not mono green. That's a fine draw, I guess. Play Rona, go. God damn it. We would have done it, too. We would have literally had the turn 3. Absolutely disgusting. Well, that really shows how capable the deck is of mulliganing and winning, though. That's a good draw. It's actually broken as hell. They're probably going to counter it with a Sabotage, but I can't really play around anything because I have nothing going on other than this, so we're just going to pray. They could also just, like, Field of Ruin me and then also Fatal Push me. Combat? Okay. Okay. Are we going to win on a mulligan to 4? I'm probably just going to get, like, Extinction Evented here, maybe. Okay. Wait. They didn't censor this? Are they high? They must have Extinction Event, right? This is just Extinction Event on odd. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, let's draw another Grease Fang, please. One time, maybe. Even an untapped land here is okay. But I would like a Grease Fang. Alright, everybody. Grease Fang. One time for me. Shucks. It's the wrong legend. It's the wrong legend. I mean, I could try to buy Greasefang back. I think that's better than playing this as a land, to be honest. I don't believe Shieldred's going to win the game. Alright, go. Do I chip in for one? I guess I do. It's lethal. I like both. The problem with chipping in, though, is I could have Shark Typhoon. But it does make it a 2-turn clock. Because Parhelion is 13 plus 2. Very bad into Typhoon, though. I think I like making them actually have a kill spell. I'm just going to say go. I'm not just going to ram my Rona into a Shark for no reason. We're almost to 200 QPs this season already, which is pretty cool. Really got to start using those. Okay. Dig through time there is really messed up. Sure. That's a yikes. That is a huge yikes. Because we do not have another basic. Still gonna do this, I think, but it's pretty horrible. Wait, where is my Greasefang? Why? Oh, it got extinction evented. I'm an idiot. All right, let's. That's enough. That's enough. Whoops. I assume Kaido's good. Thoughtseize. Raidane. I assume I'm cutting Skysob here. Then I'm not really sure. How would you board here, DBZ? Do you ever just cut Amber? Is Amber bad? Well, we're about to be on the play. I think we want Thalia versus the control deck. You'd go down a Parhelion. You said trim Amber and Emery. What does that mean? Does that mean like 2 Ambers, 3 Ambers, 2 Emerys, 3 Emerys, 2 Ambers? What do we want that split to look like? One Amber. You trim a Thalia against the control deck, really? Okay. I'll listen. keeping this. This hand's kind of awesome, actually. Skrelv, go. Thoughtseize on turn 2 for a little more info. Plaza ain't bad. That's fair, DBZ. I'm just going to take the Censor. This hand is atrocious against Kaito. Good God. All right, combat. Attack for 1. What an awful hand. Doesn't do anything to Kaito. Nothing. Kaito's about to have a field day with our opponent. Assuming they don't top deck a Negate or a Censor, of course. Alright, well, what do I know? So I think they... Oh no, they played this. So they have 1 unknown. We just have to hope it's not sweet. Combat, attack. Please no Negate or Censor. 1 time. I hate this game. You have got to be kidding me, dude. Oh my god! Alright, whatever, man. Unfrickin' real, dude. And I drew the basic. So the field's just strip mine there. May it wasn't even... At least it wasn't Negate or Censor. That's fair, Igloo Boy. Maybe I shouldn't have even shown them the fact that I drew the basic. I just didn't want to take damage. They may have gone for it anyway, but probably, yeah, they may not have. I don't know. At least now they don't have Revolt, I guess. For that Fatal Push. Oh my lord. Hooey. Okay. What do you guys think we do here? We know their hand is Fatal Push, Extinction Event, Extinction Event. That is their hand. How do we play through that? Do we just keep a Shelly? I think we're kind of... Yeah, I think so too, Chris, but what would you do? We go next. The question is not whether or not I am screwed. It's what we should keep in our hand, because I'm not conceding yet. You like both Shellys? It does let us top deck Chariot, which isn't even that good, but does get an EE out of their hand. Kyle, what do you think? Would you pitch Land Shelly or Shelly Shelly? I mean, it's more likely we draw castable 3s. I actually think I'm just going to get rid of the Land Shelly because we have a ton more lands to draw. And, like, if I'm not... There are so few things I can't cast. The only other things I can't cast are 2 more Shieldreds and the 3 Chariots, and I guess Parhelions, but those are a dud anyway. My thing is, the only draw, like... there are only 5 4-drops. There are like 15 more lands or whatever, right? We're just going to need like so many things to beat this hand. I think I'm going to do this. Okay, that's castable. Go. Well, okay, that's actually insane. We had an Amber, so they might have to Extinction Event this. And if they don't, I get to replay Amber, play Shieldred, then I have an even and an odd in play. This threatens to replay the Chariot, too. They, like, have to Extinction Event this, I think. Which is kind of comical. Okay. Yeah, they are going to Extinction Event. Alright. Well, that's pretty gas. Okay, that's very not gas. That was always going to be a bad draw. So far it hasn't really mattered what we got rid of between the land. Oh my god, that is not good. God damn it, dude. It was a gamble. I still think mathematically it made more sense to keep the Shelly, but yes, Igloo Boy, I get it. But it's far more likely we would draw a land than we would draw a 4-drop. Almost 3 times as likely. What a joke, dude. That is so funny. Cough. It's so silly, dude. It's so ridiculous. It's just so statistically not reasonable at all. I mean, it is what it is, dude. It's whatever. I played the math right there. Literally 3 times more likely to draw a land than draw a 4-drop, and we've drawn. Not only have we drawn 2 more 4-drops, we also milled a 4-drop with the Emery. So we have had, and we haven't even seen a land. It's just kind of troll is what it is. I mean, I'm going to keep playing because, like, if I do draw the land, we might be able to fight through just by going 4-drop, 4-drop, 4-drop. Like, I'm going to play the game still. We've got 1 more draw. I'm sure it'll be another Perihelion or another 4-drop. It would only make sense. How about a Grease Fang, dude? Give me a Grease Fang. Like, how good would that be? Oh my god. Of course I have to shock it. Whatever. Shock. Yeah, they haven't drawn that good. I mean, they have Fatal Push, Extinction Event, 1 unknown. I think I just play this because it can trade. It's going to deal 2 damage. They could fire a Paul, and then I block. I think I just play a Shelly. I don't know. This is where I'm going to go with this. I'm not sure if this is right. The flavor. Okay, so Edict was... Okay, so we know they have Extinction Event and Fatal Push. I think I just go Shelly, land, go. Try to bait out that Extinction Event. I don't know, is that stupid? Am I supposed to do it the other way? Then they push a token. If they draw another push, I die, but I'm probably going to lose to them Anyway, if they draw another push, it's not very good. If I play, I guess it's always good, yeah, because they just go kill tokens. Shieldred trades with the Hall rather than chump blocking it, so that's kind of the upside of playing the Chariot. All right, I'm going to play the Chariot. I think this makes more sense. Also, if they were to blow up my mana comp... Wait, what? What? Their hand is push event. What is this? I mean, I was never beating this anyway, but what the hell happened? Their hand is literally extinction event push. Oh, did they use the push a long time ago? Huh. Fair enough. Well, it doesn't really matter, because I couldn't beat this, so... Shucks, I guess. Alright, well... That was not a very good start to the league at all. Mulled a 4 in game 1, and then... Yeah, that was pretty brutal. The funny thing is, we would have par heal in them on turn 3 on a Moldifor, which is kind of crazy. Okay. What do you guys think of this hand? This hand's pretty loose. I don't think it's very good, but, I mean, I could be convinced otherwise. Yeah. It doesn't seem great. I mean, it's just like 4 lands, kind of do nothing. Yeah. Yeah, this 6 is good enough. I mean, we're going to keep this. I'm going to bottom a Rafine here, I think. Probably a Rafine. Hand is sexy. Yeah, it's pretty good. I do think it's a Rafine. Basic in hand again, by the way. I wonder if we're playing against Field of Ruin. Alright, looks like Lotus. Probably Lotus with that lead. Would be very surprised if it were anything else. Okay, that's pretty cool. Seacrum Coast go. Okay. Okay, Rona. I'm going to wait to play the Amber until next turn so I can get multiple loots. Okay. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's draw then discard. We get a couple. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, man. That was indeed a called shot. That was frickin' nice. That was frickin' nice. Do I just attack with this? Looting doesn't even seem that necessary. I think I'd rather just sneak in another damage. My hand is pretty damn good. I guess I could loot one more time and then do this again, but... It's somewhat... Yeah, it's somewhat negligible, but I guess more Rafine triggers could be good. Yeah, I'm going to hold the Amber. Yeah, I think I agree with all this. Oh, we get to... Oh my god, I didn't have a stop here, dude. Oh my frickin' goodness. That happened last time we played this deck, too. I don't understand why this morning when I logged on, this was locked and all of my shit was redone. Because there should have been a stop there. I did not remove that stop. I don't think. Unless I removed it when we were playing Titan, but I don't think so. I think it reset this morning. And so there was no stop there. Because I had to reset an upkeep stop on my opponent's upkeep, too. Well, that blows. That really, really, really blows. Alright, go, I guess. I'm just going to loot that away again. Yeah, why, though? Why? Whatever. Hopefully that won't lose us the game. It probably will, but hopefully it won't. Hopefully they just kill me right now and I don't have to feel bad about it. Alright, please just win the game. Please just win the game so I know that this didn't matter. Damn it. Alright, I'm going to loot. Put this away. We still might be able to kill them. Actually, they're still just, like, dead, right? I loot. Yeah, we are fine. Because I can deal 4 plus 13 plus... Yeah, we get to deal 18, and then they die. Because we get a Shieldred in place. They die on their draw step. I am going to loot. Doesn't really do anything. I'm going to pitch this. Cast this. Trigger Rona. Dude, Rona is such a cool card. Rona is a fun-ass card. Draw, then discard. That's a good one. I guess I'll... Now I can play a Skrelv too, although it really doesn't matter. But yeah, this deck is really nice. Very fun deck. Cast Shelly. Yeah, it's just cool. It's just a cool deck. Alright, I would like to begin combat, Moto. Thanks. I would like to return this vehicle. I would like to crew this vehicle. Amazing. Alright, let's attack. You should F6? Go fuck yourself, Chris. Go fuck yourself, dude. The stupid thing is here, I do still lose to Otawara. I lose to Otawara, Hidden Strings, and then, like, poor shenanigans. But what are you gonna do? I mean... Go fuck. So stupid. Alright, go. Alright, well, we should have won this game. This game should just have ended right now, but unfortunately... Alright, they didn't have Otawara. Let's go. Alright, what are we doing against this deck? I assume Raidane is good here. Thoughtseize is good here. Hope of Girper any good here? Sacrifice it. Target player who has dealt combat damage can't cast non-creature spells. So if we can, like, loop this with Emery, they just can't do anything, right? Okay. I assume Skysov is not good. What else? What do you guys want to do from here? I feel like Skrelv is kind of bad. Most of their things are either sweepers or colorless land-based interaction. You did cut Skrelv? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. You'll let Chris decide? Yeah. I'm glad I had the right idea, because Skrelv is what I wanted to do too, so that makes sense. Okay, cool. Fair enough. Well, we have Hope of Girapur, Emery, Thalia. This hand has to be good. Oh, it's not good against the monkey, though. Not good against the monkey, I will say. No, TV. Alright, well, maybe we'll get lucky on our mill. Hope. Yeah, the hand went from really good to kind of ass very quickly. Amazing what blocks Diamond is capable of. Parhelion, yeah, binning a Parhelion with this Emery would be fire. Or Chariot. I would even take a Chariot. Screw it. We just need something. Alright, now things get harder. Is there any world where we're supposed to Thoughtseize them? They could theoretically win next turn, but it's not likely. It involves Vizier and Hidden Strings, and then also Pour. It's just absurdly unlikely. I think we probably just need to get the Emery down, but... we could die if we don't Thoughtseize for sure. But I think it's low enough odds that we probably want to establish the Emery. Thoughtseize Thalia next turn. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I think that seems good. Okay, cool. Our life total is completely irrelevant, so I'm going to leave the Otawara in hand. We could always, like, Otawara our own Emery to get another mill if we wanted to try and feed the Fang. Oh, well, we hit the Parhelion. Let's go. We cannot. You have to hit them with Hope. They had to have been dealt damage. Yep. That's true, Igloo Boy, yeah. That card sucks. I mean, it doesn't suck. It just sucks against exactly Arboreal Grazer. Which, yeah, I mean, that sucks. Now we get to... okay. Do we actually want to do the Thalia thing here? Or do we just play Rafine? Interesting. Because Rafine attack Emery Hope lets me make Hope a 3-3. And then they have to chump with the Grazer now. But maybe it's still better to Thoughtseize Thalia first. We could also Grease Fang. We could just Grease Fang and get Parhelion. I kind of just want to play it safe and Thoughtseize Thalia and then next turn Grease Fang. That's probably the correct way to go about this. Probably makes things pretty hard on them. Yeah, I agree. The question is, are we supposed to Thoughtseize Thalia, though? I think it's pretty close. I think Thoughtseize Thalia is likely better. Wow, their hand sucks. Okay. I'm going to take Pour over the pages. You would have liked putting in Lethal. Yeah, you might be right. I don't know. I was a little worried, Chris, about them having second Otawara, because they could just bounce the Parhelion or the Grease Fang. I guess they would wait for us to return the... Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to take the Pour. And I'm going to play this Thalia. They're so dead. Probably. They're probably dead. They could rip exactly Thespian Stage into, like, Hidden Strings. But even then, I don't know that Chandra can keep them alive. Stage into Sunfall would be messed up, yeah. Alright, well, they did not do that, so I think they're pretty dead. Okay, beginning of combat, please. Return this. Crew it. Beep, beep. Yeah, beep, beep, indeed. Crew. Combat, attack all. We can also... I'm not going to send Emery because I can replay the Hope if they let that hit. Okay, so they did... What does that do? Okay. Sure. I guess... I just send with these two. I can sack Hope, and I don't even know, like, what spell. I guess I don't want them... Can they still cast creature spells? They can cast creature spells. Maybe I should have just sent the Emery. Oh, well. Why did I get the option to sack? Oh, I can sack it now. Okay. Sack, replay. I mean, there's... Now that we did it this way, there's really no reason to not do it like this. Yeah, there's no reason not to now that I didn't attack with Emery. It's pretty free, I think. So based? Yeah, alright, well there's the stage. Well, we're in a little bit of trouble now, I guess. Maybe. Rafine. I think I put the counters on the Grease Fang here. Because I want the Fang to be so big that Chandra cannot kill it. I also probably do not attack with... Well, I don't know. One more loot could be a big deal. I may attack with just everything and not replay the Hope, because I don't really need to replay it. If it does its thing here, they probably lose. So they probably have to block the Hope, take a bunch of damage. I imagine is what they're going to do. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do that, but... We could draw Otawara, that's a good point, yeah. Alright. Target Greasefang. We did draw Otawara. So, discard this, probably the Emery. And then I assume I do want to Otawara the Grazer here, so they just can't play a spell. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yep. I'm gonna hold these in hand to loot away. S-Pig in chat. What's the command for that again? I forget what the command for S-Pig is, but this is pretty great. I'm not gonna lie. This is fun. The last match was not very fun, but we're having a good time. Bracket. That's not the right one. Bracket. S. Pig. Bracket. Nope. Didn't work. Must not be the right command. Shucks. Nice. Let's go, man. Let's frickin' go. Take that, Lotus. Get 4-color legend. It's that easy. Yeah, it can be that easy. It's really nice when your opponent doesn't interact with you at all. Alright. Losing 3 die rolls kind of sucks. I'd enjoy being on the play. Oh, it's lowercase s? That's fair. Well, we're going to keep this. This hand is pretty nice. Skrelv, Rona, Greasefang. Good mana. Fast mana as well if we want it. Not bad. Helion would be good. Never mind, I kind of don't even want to draw it anymore because we know they're going to be able to interact with us, but... Alright, yeah, Courtyard, this thing. Probably dead to Fatal Push here. Maybe not, though, we'll see. Oh, okay. Opponent's probably on mono black by the looks of this. Alright, Igloo Boy, sounds good. Debating what they want to do. Shieldred's Edict, maybe? Don't fall for this, Ventus. Don't fall for this. This is not what you want to play. This deck is a lie. You'll be popping in and out. Alright, DBZ. This will probably be our last league for the day. We'll see. I mean, if it goes super fast, maybe I'll do like one more. But having a slightly shorter day today wouldn't be the worst. But we'll probably go to about 4 still anyway. So I am still quite tired from yesterday. He's gonna Aetherborn pass and die. Yeah, that's one way he could have played it for sure. Okay, there goes my Skrelv. Dude, just make a play. Good lord. I understand you have a Shieldred's Edict. Pass. Like, I'm still not going to attack. It would be dumb as hell. If you have 2 removal spells, you did it. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. Why would you hold that? Why would you even hold this up? It's so stupid. What are you doing? I guess now they can push... Okay, so now they can have another go for the throat, maybe? Sure, I guess that makes sense. They must have another removal spell, right? There's no way you would play it that way if you didn't. It's not a good one. Okay, they did have 2 go for the throat, so that makes sense. And apparently they're playing Archfiend's Vessel. Okay. Opponent is definitely out here memeing. To be fair, we're kind of memeing too, so... I'm going to play a Coast, I guess, and play a Greasefang. Go. Ventus. So ridiculous, dude. When they put Luris in hand? Yeah, it sure would. What I am a little worried about is Call the Death Dweller. They're definitely doing that if they're playing Vessel. What in the hell? Okay. I haven't seen Dark Prophecy in a while. In fact, I've never seen it in play. I always wanted to play this card, but it was just never good enough. Well, I'm just... This is so weird. So weird. Oh. Alright, well, we need to find a way to loot that away. I mean, I could just start hitting them with Greasefang. I'm obviously not going to attack into that. They're probably playing, like, Deadly Disputes and stuff, too. I guess it's probably just land go. Tap land go. I don't really like any of my plays here. I could give this, like, unblockable, but then they could just go for the throat this or whatever, so screw that. Go ahead. Okay. Go. I mean, I guess we are 2 land drops away from just hard casting Parhelion. I think this is going to be a Deadly Dispute. Oh, it's Ayara. That is really annoying. Okay. Yep, that's going to be a lot of cards they're going to be able to draw off these Archfiends. Jesus, dude. Land go. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good at all. I could attack them, I guess. Now, I mean, now it's somewhat free to attack because they're just going to sack it off anyway and draw a card. I mean, it's definitely not free, but I don't know. I really don't know on this. I think I'm going to send. Alright, well, we got in some damage. So that is at least good, I guess. Go ahead. I wonder if this deck could also play Jace Vryn's Prodigy. as just like another legendary looter. It feels like maybe the deck's short of that. It feels like Rona is just by far the best thing this deck does. Have you ever thought about that, Kyle or Chris? Did you ever think that like another looter might be good? Because it feels like Rona is just so important. And obviously JVP is not as good as Rona, but it's still pretty good. Okay. Our opponent's deck is so troll. It's so ridiculous. It's just all card draw. Okay, well, we are 1 mana away from just hard casting a Parhelion. This is somehow real life. I think I'm actually going to send the Skrelv. I want to get all the damage here that I can. Maybe that's stupid, but I've got a Plaza. Like, they have an arena in play now. Like, I want to punish this nonsense. Like, I don't know. This is very weird, but I don't love having to lose a mana to do it, I guess. So maybe I'm not supposed to... Because they can just push this anyway if they find a push. I have Plaza. I'm just sending both. Screw it. They have... Like, I'm going to try and punish all this life loss BS that they have going on. Go ahead. I think the hardcast Parhelion, although kind of real, is also kind of nonsense. The thing is, I don't even have to protect either of these if I don't want to. I have one copy of I have more copies of each of these cards in my hand. So, like, do I even have to save this? Is this even necessary? I mean, it's kind of nice to save it because it can attack. I think I'm just, you know what, I'm saving it. I don't know. I don't know. This is just so silly. The thing about not saving it is literally an untapped land lets me just hardcast Parhelion. Is that actually good? I do not know. I really don't. Huh. What I do know is that attacking for 4, assuming they don't play another Archfiend's Vessel right now, is pretty damn good. It's a tough call. It really is. I get really punished for not sacking this if they Fatal Push this too. Well, kind of. Because then I can't play the Parhelion even if I draw an untapped land because I have to get another legend into play before I can play my stuff. They obviously have to have the push, but I'm going to Plaza. I think I value the attack pretty highly, and I don't believe in my ability to... Now that I've sacked it, I'm going to draw the untapped land, but had I not sacked it, I just didn't feel like I was going to draw it. I don't know. We'll see. I think I like just having an attack. All right, and they don't have a Vessel, so this is huge. Now I can punch them with Greasefang again, and now their life total's low enough where like we might be able to just beat them down. It's possible they just chump block. Oh my god, I did not think about drawing that. So losing the Plaza makes it so I can't cast this. That is really awful. See if they just block. They might just block with the Iara. No? Okay. Go. Don't really think there's a reason to do anything else. So, I feel like our opponent's just playing Devotion. Just a very weird version of Devotion. Here comes an Obliterator. Oh, a Shieldred. Yeah, that makes sense. Well. Okay. Okay, that's actually really good. Really, really good. I'm going to play this. Now, what we have to try and figure out here, I think I just need to make this unblockable and put my opponent to 2 and just say, do you have another instant speed kill spell? Because if they don't, they lose. They just stone die. Because my Shieldred happens before theirs and they lose. So I think that makes sense. Otherwise, I just like lose to a Gray Merchant, which is almost certainly in this person's deck. I mean, look at all their devotion. I don't, to be honest, I have no idea what's in their deck. Their deck is very all over the place, but black. Attack. Go. All right. Good game. Sick. Cannot believe we won that game, to be honest. That did not look like one we were going to win. Kaito's coming in immediately. No idea what else is supposed to be in their deck. I mean, they play Shieldred, so Destroy Evil's probably okay. They also play Arena and Dark Prophecy. I mean, I guess this seems okay. Skysop's probably good here. Trimming a Parhelion's probably okay. I really don't know what I want to cut versus a mono black deck like this. Thoughtseize is interesting too, but I don't think it's good. Actually, Thalia might not be good. They had a lot of... I don't know. Thalia is probably good. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I want to get rid of at all. Kyle, are you in chat? Do you have any idea what we should cut versus frickin' mono black? I kind of just want to cut the ambers. I think these are just not very good. Or most of them, at least. Maybe leave, like, one. I think that's probably what I'm going to do. It's likely going to be the plan here. This hand is interesting. think it's bad. No 1 or 2 mana play. Chariot is super good against them, just like hard casting it, I'd imagine. So it's like tempting, but I think we can do better than this. It really depends what the top couple cards of our deck are. If we hit a 1 or 2 mana play or an amber. Oh, I'm down to 1 amber with how I boarded. This already makes this a mull to 6, but I think I probably ship. We already sideboarded DBZ, but I'm debating if I keep this on the draw against like a mono black devotion style deck. Would you keep this or would you ship? I think it's pretty close. We can probably find a better 6. Yeah, this is definitely a better 6. All right, I'm going to get rid of a... Honestly, I might get rid of Chariot here. I don't know. Chariot's pretty absurd. I guess I get rid of this. Kyle, something I was talking about a second ago when you were gone is, have you ever considered JVP in this deck as like another looter? It kind of feels like this deck like wants another looter. Thank you very much, appreciate it. And like JVP doesn't have to be a 4 of, it could be like a 2 of or something, but I feel like the deck might want like 1 or 2 more looters. It's a legend. It's obviously not even remotely close to how good Rona is, but, I mean, it's still a pretty good card. It's a little unfortunate the flip doesn't really do anything for this deck either. Yeah. Yeah, Jacob Hawken or something is the name of the card, but I think it puts them into exile. I don't think it loots. I think he, like, puts them under himself, and then when you flip him, you can, like, play 1 card of those for free per turn or something. There might be another one still that I don't remember, but those are the 2 that I remember. Opponent's making us wait here. A little annoying. Leyline. We actually have a very good hand against Leyline. We just beat them with a mid-range draw here. So I think this is okay, but Thoughtseize kind of sucks. But again, our hand is like pretty good, so whatever. Whatever. Took the Skrelv, okay. You got it, boss. Courtyard go. That kind of sucks that they took the Skrelv. It's pretty brutal. So now we won't be playing this unless I top deck exactly the 1 of Amber that's still in my deck. Which is still like... It is what it is, but... Okay, sure. We do have Destroy Evils to take these out, which is kind of neat, too. If we find them. Next turn, I'm probably just going to Kaito minus, then Rafine the following turn, depending what happens here. But I think that's likely going to be what I do. Really want to dodge Arena here. Yeah, Prophecy doesn't have text right now, so that's fine. This opponent just has to be playing Gray Merchant. It's just like, I'd be shocked if they're not. Just by the cards we're seeing. Alright, Amber's pretty interesting. Turn late on it, but I'm happy to have the land. Okay, let's play this. Let's play Kaito and minus. Not going to play this Amber yet. I don't think there's a huge reason to. Yeah, there's definitely just not a reason to do that at all. Phase this out. Okay, beating this is going to be a pain in the ass, but we can try to figure it out. So I need to find a Destroy Evil or my own Shieldred, pretty much. Alright, plus. I mean, I guess attacking's pretty free. Yeah, I don't really want to discard a card. We're going to play Chariot this turn. I'm not going to play Rafine because, I mean, we can find Otawara too. It's another out we have, I guess. Oh, that's sick. That actually seems pretty good. Okay, that has no text other than being a land drop. Alright, let's play this. Let's play Chariot. I can actually play Emery here as well. Blue. Play Takanuma, play Chariot, play Emery. Seems fine. Trigger. It's now 2 artifacts, so we can play this Emery. Maybe Lazav. Lazav doesn't... Does Lazav loot? It just... That one just surveils, right? That's not really what we want. We want an actual looter. Yeah, we don't want surveil. We want, like, ways to discard cards in our hand. I think, anyway. Okay, you have an Archfiend's Vessel. Dude, this opponent's deck is so wild. I really don't get it, but... I mean, I guess I crew Chariot? I'm going to crew Chariot. Maybe they'll be stupid enough to send their Shieldred into Chariot Emery and I can double block. Be kind of unreal, but I'll take it if they do. They actually can't Fatal Push either of these two, so if they attack, it's just a snap block. It's not even a close decision for me. Okay, that is fine. Thalia. Alright, so... What do we do? So I can Rafine. So I need to find, like, Otawaras. I can Rafine, attack all, putting all the counters on the ninja. That's likely the line. I think that's what I'm going to do. Going to attack with these 3. And put the counters on the ninja. That seems not great, but fine. Could also loot first with Kaito, I guess. Is that good? Looting first with Kaito gives me a chance to hit Otawara before combat. That could be huge. Actually, so maybe I'm supposed to do that. I am actually going to do that. Okay, pitch this. I could also hit the Destroy Evil, but... Target the ninja. It's really not good at all. None of those do much. Rona... Yeah, none of this is good. Holy shit. Alright, discard these. Discard this. Thalia's got to be a little better than Rona here. I've already got plenty of ways to draw cards. That is certainly not my issue. I think I need to be able to just jam a Thalia here, unfortunately. Sure. Yeah, it's a smart no block. Play around Iganjo. Malakir Rebirth. Oh, I'm just gonna die. That's so funny. I guess I should have Thalia'd, I don't know. Although, leaving up Destroy Evil was probably right, but... Now I'm just... I guess I have a block, so I'm not 100% dead, but... I'm probably dead. I have to now deal with this. I have to deal with this and the Shieldred. Basically no chance to beat that, honestly. Do I even show them this? I kind of don't want to be honest. I think I just concede. Because I have to, like... I could draw 2 Shieldreds, but I'm about to lose the Rafine because I have to chump block, right? And I also have to chump with Thalia. I'm just, like, so dead. It's ridiculous. Like, block both these. Could plus here. I guess if I hit 2 perfects, I could win. If I hit Destroy Evil into Otawara. Whatever. Play this, go. I will play that out, but it's obviously absurdly unlikely. Probably should have played the land there too. I don't really know what holding it accomplishes, but it may accomplish something. Yeah, so it has to be like exactly Otawara, Otawara, or Otawara Destroy Evil. Any combination of those would keep me alive. Because I could do one, then I could attack and loot with Kaito, or draw with Kaito if the Shieldred's not in play. Yep, you may attack. Block, block. Block, block. I don't think I have any outs now. I'm gonna plus destroy evil. Doesn't do it. Yeah, I think I'm just dead. That ain't it. All right. Huh. Pretty annoying. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I think I'd keep it the same, but our Parhelion plan might not be good here if they're ley lining. I wonder if I just keep all the mid-range vehicles, cut the Parhelion, and just bring in Thoughtseize against them too. Makes me way less cold to Shieldred. I think I like that. Get way better against their ley lines if I do this. Like, Greasefang is still good with Chariot and Skysob, so I'm just gonna do this. Okay, we're on the play. I'm gonna keep this hand. Even if they like can beat the graveyard plan, I just don't care. I'm very happy with Rona into Rafine or Rona into Fang. Whatever. Not bad. Okay. I assume they'll take the Fang, maybe the Rafine. And try to hold the Otawara for as long as I can. It's a good spell. Okay, take Rafine, sure. It's fine. That's not a bad one. Rona, go. Don't love giving him information that I drew a fast land, but like if I draw another fast land and then Shelly, I'd be pretty sad if I... Okay. Okay, now kill Rona with Fatal Push is my guess. Oh, Vessel. Okay, I don't care. I cannot believe that they did not take Greasefang. They literally just... Whatever. I'm gonna draw a discard. Going to pitch the other fast land. Then I'm just going to play Greasefang, untap Rona, say go. I think Skrelv has some merit to it. I don't love it, but yeah, maybe I'd rather just have the land. Because I would like to just play a Shelly on them. Like, the Skrelv might just be garbage at this point. I really don't know. It's, like, fine. I think I'm going to keep it, but it's pretty close. Play the Fang. White, black. It is a free loot, that's true. I'm gonna pass. Just gonna loot again. Oh, you know what? I should have looted right there because I could have hit a vehicle. Yeah, I guess I should have looted right there. Although I only have 4 vehicles I can hit because I cut the Parhelion, so maybe it's better to gain information on their turn before deciding what I want. Okay, Arena. Probably just going to Otawara that shit, to be honest. Let's loot. I'm just going to pitch Skrelv. I think. I don't know. Maybe it's Otawara. I kind of like just like bounce this and then bounce it again if they play it again. Or bounce this if they play Shelly, bounce that too. I think Skrelv is just garbage here. I really don't think this matters at all. I'm pitching Skrelv. I'm going to loot. Okay, now I'm going to keep Skrelv because it's certainly better than basic planes. Cast Skrelv, loot again. Dude, Rona is so sick. The card is so gas. I probably loot again. There's also an argument to just attack with both my creatures. It's not a completely free loot, because these are basically spells. I'm just going to attack. Question is, do I leave their arena in play? I kind of hate them having this in play, to be honest. So I think I just put it back. Get that out of here. Go. Just casting Murderous Rider? Okay. I'm just going to leave the Otawara for now. I don't really know what I want to do with this. What? They concede? Oh, were they trying to kill something there? Maybe they meant to cast that as a spell. Yeah, that had to have been a rage concession. What a weird deck they were playing. Sure. I don't even know what to say about that pile. That was really something else. Almost completely unpredictable what was in their deck. I have no idea what was in their deck. Alright, we won our first die roll of the league. Yeah, I don't think this is a keep. Double Skrelv, triple Greasefang, no thanks. They're probably playing mono green, so we just need to find a hand that can do the thing. This hand's terrible. It can't cast anything. We need to mulligan. Is this one good enough? Yes, I think so. Maybe? I don't know. I mean, I think I have to keep. They get rid of Chariot. I wonder if I get greedy and just bottom a land. I kind of want the Parhelion to pitch to Rafine. What would you do here, Kyle, if you're still there? I think I kind of want to get rid of the Odawara. Yeah, because Rona's a card I could draw too. Yeah, I'm getting rid of Odawara. Really? You would get rid of the Parhelion? Alright, sure. Just gonna keep the... I mean, I'm fine doing that. I think... Yeah, the thing is, I mean, we don't know it's green. I'm just assuming it's green. I know that Carvalho plays a lot of green, too, so it would make sense. Yep, mono green. Okay. We did draw another land, too, so that's also kind of a tilt, but what are you going to do? The problem is, if Carvalho just has Old Growth Troll, it's still just, like, really bad for me, but... Yep. Okay. Takanuma, Rafine. Go. Well, I do not like how this is starting. Now he's probably going to go Nykthos Cavalier. Okay, maybe not. Well, we did get a little punished for putting the vehicle on the bottom, but whatever. It was very difficult to know. Okay. Shoulder Deer is kind of cool. And I think I just go shock, play Shieldred, attack. Everything ended up working out kind of okay. I mean, this is about the best we can do. Hopefully we just top deck Parhelion here into Greasefang. That'd be something. I'm going to pitch the Plaza. Go. Kind of a disaster. Opponent has minimum 9 mana here with a land drop. Minimum. Okay. Still 9 mana. Okay. Kiora, untap Nykthos, storm the festival, hit Cavalier, Cavalier. That's my prediction for this turn. We'll see what happens. Maybe it's just a storm, and they don't have Kiora as well. Don't think they had a spot where Kiora made sense yet. Pretty sure the Troll is Cityscape Leveler. Give me a break. God dang it, man. Okay, they killed a Rafine. Yikes. Okay. Oh. Think I'm pretty good to pick him up here. I feel super dead. How do you board versus mono green, Kyle? Yep. I assume you bring in the holes. Cut chariots. Is that it? You probably... Do you want Thoughtseize too? What are the other 3 cards you're cutting? Thalia? Thalia kind of sucks, right? I don't know. Thalia's like okay, but... You could cut Skysov. I think Skysov's like pretty good though. Honestly, it's a nice way to get a Karn off the table sometimes. Yeah, I think Thalia is very bad if we're bringing in 6 1-mana removal spells. So, or well, 3 1-mana removal spells, 3 hand-8 spells. You would keep 1 Chariot over a Skysov. What do you? You would cut a Mox? Okay. We'll try that. I'm fine with it, I guess. Mox is pretty egregious into Karns, so that kind of makes sense. I think we really just need a Rona. We just need a Rona Greasefang hand. Like, they'll be pretty bad to that. That ain't it. We'll mull that. Alright. I mean, the sand probably is good enough. I think we keep this and bottom the Confluence, but it's still not a very good hand. It's still going to just lose to a good green draw, but we have probably the best card in our deck in our hand. Okay, well, they're on a mold of 5, so maybe we can win. Again, going to try and hold Otawara for as long as possible. Yep. Right on time. Rona. Go ahead, opponent. Okay, this is kind of interesting. I'm going to definitely loot first. I'm going to pitch a Shelly. I mean, I think it's just still Rafine here. Rafine, trigger, untap Rona, combat, attack, trigger. Probably attack the Kiora. get some damage on it. I think that makes sense to me, but okay, portable hole's not terrible. I think I want to keep that to deal with that elf. I think I'm just going to get rid of the Skrelv. How did we feel about Skrelv Emery? Well, the problem with Skrelv Emery is Emery was 2 mana. If Emery were 1 mana, like if I could have maybe Otawara the Kiora, I would have been down with that play, I think. It's a Karn. I don't really care about a Karn. I really hope it is a Karn, to be honest. Okay? I think that's quite beatable. Now we get to Portable Hole, the Elf. We get to kill the Kiora, guaranteed. Yeah, we're in really good shape, actually. I do not care about this Karn at all. Yeah, we actually get to go like Portable Hole, Emery, which sets up replay Skrelv later. Pretty nice. Mightstone, Weakstone, whatever. Yep. Yep, Kiora is definitely going to die here. Ooh. I still think the play here is just Portable Hole. I'm actually going to probably pitch Shieldred Greasefang to the Loots, but I don't know for sure. I guess I can attack all first. Attack both at Kiora and figure it out from there. Because I could always... Yeah, we'll figure it out. Kiora, Kiora. Put 2 counters on the Rafine. Alright, so I need to pitch 2 spells. It's kind of hard to determine what 2 I want to pitch. I believe it is Shieldred Greasefang, and I just play Portable Hole Emery. And I don't even know if I play a land, to be honest. I might just want to be able to loot all these away. Maybe 1 land drop is fine. Because the Emery is kind of good, just given that I can replay the Skrelv out of the yard. Because just being able to give some stuff pro-green later will be quite good, I think. You would pitch Emery and keep Shieldred? Or would you keep Fang? I guess we could just play Fang. Yeah, why don't we just pitch... Okay, I like this then. I'm going to do this and then just whole play Greasefang. Play Fang. Untap the Rona. And now I can also loot again, which is pretty nice. Sure. So I know one of their cards is Might Stone, Weak Stone. I wonder if they go get like a Chariot here, but they also might go get a way to interact with our graveyard out of fear for the fact that I could just kill them. But the problem is they're just dying to Rafine. Like they can't really worry about my yard because Rafine is just going to beat them by just being Rafine. Wand. So they have to blow up Greasefang now. Maybe they'll be stupid and try to hit Rafine and not realize that it has Ward. That'd be pretty nice. Problem is, like, after this turn, I just have Plaza up, so they're not getting Rafine after this turn. Alright, I'll loot. Oh. Well, that's pretty damn good. Good game. GG, opponent. GG. Got the beginning of combat sap. Opponent's had enough. Well, that was sweet. Alright, we go to game 3. That's true, there is a Karn, I guess. So I guess we would have had to kill the Karn, and then next turn we do the Greasefang thing. But I have Plaza of Heroes, so... I think they forgot as well that I couldn't activate the Power Healing. I mean, they were still very dead, right? Like, I just go send the Ox at Karn, send the other 2 at them, and then I just have Plaza protection, and then I just do it next turn. And they're also taking 10 there. I don't even think that's a paid actor. They're just dead. What are they going to do? They can't... The Might Stone doesn't do anything. The Wand doesn't... Like, they just can't beat what I'm doing at all. Anyway. I think we're going to resubmit non-paid actor. Yeah, that was not really paid actor behavior. We've had some paid actors before, but that was not... Alright, I think I'm going to keep this. This is a turn 2 Rafine. Yeah, turn 2 Rafine seems quite good. With a Thoughtseize, we can pitch a Parhelion. Yeah, I'm into this. Wow, they don't have an elf either. We've gotten pretty lucky, I'm not going to lie, in this match. Lair of the Hydra. Okay. Skrelv go. That was a pretty good draw, too, all things considered. Skrelv. Go. And next turn, just Rafine attack. That'll be pretty good. Okay. Okay, not terrible. Plaza, Amber, Rafine. Oh, undo. White, blue, black. Combat. Attack. Okay, that's absolutely insane. Well, we might just be doing the thing here. Pretty hilarious. And even if they have Karn, we can just kill the Karn. We just have a very good attack, so... Yeah, they're not in great shape at all. And we also have Thoughtseize, so... I love this game, man. Yeah, there are definitely sometimes Magic's sweet. They did mulligan to 5 twice, so the match has been a lot less sweet for them than it has for us, but they're a mono green player, so I don't really feel bad for them. nonetheless. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this game's not over. They definitely have sequences that could be bad for me, but yeah, that's kind of annoying. Maybe they just uptick. Okay. I don't think that... I wonder if they should have just uptick to blow up the Amber. That guarantees they can keep the Karn around for like 2 turn cycles, but then I guess they don't get to tutor. Tormod's Crypt is annoying, but I just kill their Karn. Love the hate for your mono green. That's fair. Oh, that's fair. Alright, let's attack Mr. Karn. Karn. I'm gonna target the Rafine with this. Going to pitch. What if I just go Grease Fang, and then use Takanuma to buy the other Fang back? I guess the problem then is then I don't get to put a Fang into play. That's probably stupid. I guess I don't need 2 counters. I'm just going to pitch this Confluence. And then Thoughtseize Grease Fang. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I agree. Alright, see you later, Cavalier of Thorns. Play this. Go. Play an elf. You got it. How big can they make the lair? The lair, currently, they can make a 2/2. Alright, I'm just going to attack all and put counters on Rafine then. If they want to trade lair with Skrelv, that's embarrassing. Like, I don't even care if they do that. And I could also just trade Plaza. Like, but because I have another Skrelv, I'd maybe... I don't know. Either way, attack all. Pretty easy. Oh, right. That happens too. So they have to... Now they have to do that. I'm going to let that go. That's fine. I guess I could try and... Takanuma, but it seems pretty unnecessary. I'm just not going to do that. I just don't really think that's needed at all. Combat. Attack all, 3 triggers. Target the Rafine. Pitch Parhelion. Pitch. Skrelv. Probably. Actually, I kind of want the other Skrelv. Yeah, Rafine's a broken magic card, Ectoplasm. It's really insane how good Rafine is. Well, I guess if I pitch Skrelv, like, that's okay, because I'm going to Emery it back into play anyway. Yeah, no, this is good. I'm just going to do these 3. Because, like, if they fire up Lair and offer the trade, I think I just use Plaza and then play another Plaza, play Emery. Okay, they don't even make that a thing. Well, they're just, like, so dead to me, just, like, activating Skrelv. I guess Karn, they maybe think can beat me, but... now might be a good time to blind talk. I guess I'd play Emery first, although if I Takanuma now, I could hit Shieldred. So I guess I Takanuma right now, because no matter what, I have at least a Skrelv, but I could get max rewarded by a Shelly. Rona wouldn't be too bad either. Alright. Play an Emery. guess, what if I just leave up Plaza in case they top deck exactly a Mightstone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I guess I don't really want Greasefang getting Mightstoned. That would be kind of garbage. They would still almost certainly lose if they did draw that, though. But I think not letting them have that out is probably good. Alright, go ahead. I don't really think the Emery is particularly important in this spot, so... Nice. Well, it has not been easy, but we are 3-1, so... Good enough. It's a winning league. Only won one die roll in the entire league, too, which... That's also pretty good when you're able to win when you're not winning die rolls, especially with a deck like this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is a keep. Oh, it's Karuga? I may actually keep this against Karuga, funny enough. I think Skrelv Thalia is about as good as you can ask for against fires. And we're gonna have to hope that our deck can help us out a little bit, but Thalia's a pain for them. The deck is just all non-creature spells entirely, so that's not a good draw. Skrelv, go. Temp Lockdown will be a real pain. So will a Bone Crusher Giant, but... That ain't bad, actually. Is that better than Thalia? No, because Thalia stops Fable. Yeah, I'm just going to play Thalia, say go, I think. I don't want Fable in play. It's alright. Probably should have tapped differently, although I kind of have a feeling Skrelv's going to get Leyline's Binding here anyway, so it's not the biggest deal. Or Stomped, one or the other. Okay. That sucks, but... Go. Fortunately, that's not actually going to be a blocker on Thalia if they play it. It might be the only play they have this turn, because most spells in their deck are not castable. Okay, interesting. Not even playing the Bone Crusher is wild to me. I don't really get that. Plaza, white, blue, black, play Rafine, combat attack, trigger. They can't play anything through Thalia here, right? Oh, hold on. They could actually Leyline's Binding if they wanted to. I just realized they have enough to make that a reality. Okay, interesting. Trigger. I'm definitely pitching a Thalia. And just going to try and get a little more damage. Can't they? They have Mountain... Oh, no, they could. They definitely could. They could Binding Thalia. I know I have Thalia, but they have 4 types. Or they have 5. Oh, no, they can't. Yeah. I don't understand why they didn't play Bone Crusher. I'm very surprised. I guess is the bottom line here. I was trying to figure out why they wouldn't have done it. It's 2 mana, but it's 3 mana because of Thalia, yeah. I just really don't get why they didn't shock and play a Bone Crusher. Very surprised. Temp Lockdown. Thank God I have another one. I have no vehicles yet. It's a little bit depressing. I don't even know if Thalia is that imposing anymore, but it might be. I'm going to attack. Let's start there. Okay, I'm gonna pitch a Plaza and then go Thalia Rona, I guess. That makes sense to me. Kind of weak and do another temp lockdown, but if they have another one, they have another one, whatever. We could always find an Otawara or something to deal with this, maybe. Go ahead. Sure. Sure. Fires. Oh, and a Lesh. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't really do anything. Alright, loot. I think they're just dead. Pretty sure the Parhelion draw there killed them. And we drew the Otawara. Let's go. Play Greasefang. This is kind of hilarious. And then I still just get to bounce this. This is such a meme. Bounce this. Yep. Alright. Well, that was awesome. I don't even think this matchup is probably particularly good for us, but I guess we do have some good tools. Reid Duke, Destroy Evil, Thoughtseize. Is this a Hope of Giripur matchup, Kyle? Maybe? If we could ever establish Hope of Giripur when they have a Fires in play, that would be absolutely hilarious. They could never do anything. They would just kind of be stuck. I mean, I guess they could play creatures, but they would never be able... Because they couldn't play any non-creatures on our turn, and they couldn't play any non-creatures on their turn either. So they would just be locked out of casting spells. Which is kind of funny. I don't know if it's good, but it's certainly funny. They could also still play creatures, which could be a problem. So maybe that's just a little too nonsensical to actually accomplish. I don't really know what we're supposed to board out here yet again. Skrelv is probably pretty bad. Mox Amber is also really quite bad, I think, but yeah, the fact that Amber is mana that gets hit by Temp Lockdown is kind of disgusting, but I'm really not sure. I think Sky Sov is pretty easy to cut. Chariot also really not particularly good versus this deck. It's so... I wonder if we just, like, cut all the non-Parhelion vehicles. I feel like Parhelion is just, like, how we're going to beat this deck. And I don't even know if I want the other stuff. Like, it could be good, but... Asika's Chariot, another thing that just looks so embarrassing into Temp Lockdown. We do something like this. Skrelv kind of matters because we can protect Thalia from Leyline's Binding and Stomp, so we probably still want it. Also protect our Greasefang from any nonsense. I think I'm going to try something like this. Not sure. This deck's very hard to sideboard with. Certainly for someone like me, who's just typically a Thoughtseize Fatal Push gamer. I think this hand is good enough. I think Thoughtseize You, Reid Duke is just good enough. And we'll hope that we can draw, like, Shieldrids and stuff. But I'm going to keep this hand. I think there are literal 3 sideboard spells in our hand, and one of them is absolutely cracked against their deck. Plaza protects it too. Like, this is kind of awesome. Thought sees you. Okay, touch the Spirit Realm, very annoying. I'm gonna take touch. Yep, definitely touch. Their mana is a train wreck this game. They don't have blue or green mana yet. Okay, I would like to draw some spells. That would be cool. Well, that Shieldred's just, like, completely uncastable. I'm just going to take this Alesh. Their hand does not function. If they don't draw a Fable, they're going to lose, is my belief in this game. I guess Shieldred is not uncastable. I mean, they do have a black mana right here, but typically this is, like, the only black land they play. I don't know, this is pretty tough. This is typically a tutor target off of Enigmatic. I might just be greedy here and take the Alesh, because that's the card they can cast and kill me with later. I don't know, I'm going to live dangerously and hope they don't rip a second black source. You've got to be kidding me. Alright, that's pretty insane. You can always Radiant backside. No, not in this matchup. That wouldn't do anything anyway. We'd just die to Shelly either way. Well, that sucks. It's so stupid, because these are, like, the only two black lands in their entire deck. Both, I don't think they have another black source. I really don't. Like, that is... Like, I don't even think I'm exaggerating. I think they play, like, one of each, like... Maybe they play a bunch of these, or a bunch of these, and one of the other one, but they do not play that many black sources. This is typically a tutor target, and not readily castable. I don't know, kind of frustrating. They had a fair amount of good draws, but... pretty lame. Hopefully I can find a Destroy Evil. It's kind of my only out here. Just pick up a Hippo, probably. Temp Lockdown. Oh, sure. Okay, yeah. Didn't want to get Iganjo'd. That actually makes sense. Okay, Rafine is actually... maybe. We'll see what happens. Play Rafine. Black. Blue. White. Attack with this. Trigger. Always yield. God. Alright, pitch this. No real reason to play an untapped land here. I guess Plazas are just better than Seachrome Coast, though. Yeah, whatever. Alright, play Plaza, go. What is the out? Try to draw Destroy Evil in 2 draws. I think that's probably the out. I don't really want to give them either of these creatures with a block. I think that's kind of horrid. The out is game 3. I mean, the out is draw Destroy Evil. But the question is, am I supposed to chump block? I don't think so. I think I just take it, draw step, go to 4, and then 1 attack trigger, go to 2. If we find Destroy Evil in the top 2, we can win the game. We kind of need it in the top 2 anyway to win. So I'm just not going to block. Okay, you have Hippo. Okay. Combat. So I cannot attack with both. I have to only send this. Alright, we're dead. That really sucked. The thing is, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just supposed to take the Shelly and leave them with a Lesh. They don't play that many black sources, though. I really don't think they do. I would have to refresh myself on the list, but I almost wonder if Kaito is good against them. I kind of don't hate it, actually, on the play. Yeah, I'm not sure. I am not sure. I guess Kaito's bad with Thalia. How good is Emery without the Moxen? It's still just like a turn 2 blind mill, hit maybe a Parhelion to set up a Grease Fang, so I think we still want it, but maybe we don't. It does get stomped, which is kind of embarrassing, I guess, but so does Skrelv. Maybe we don't want Emery, though. It's also possible maybe we want to bring Moxen, more Moxen than this back in, but I don't think so. Maybe the Kaitos are a meme. I don't know. I think they kind of make some level of sense. They're a thing that doesn't get temp locked down. They give me more card draw. They set up the Parhelion. Maybe you're right on the Emrys being mid. I'll trim 2 Emrys and we'll bring in 2 Kaitos instead. I think I kind of like that. I don't think we can keep this, unfortunately. It's so close. But it just has no way to get that. I mean, if you drew Rona, Rafine, or Kaito, it's pretty good. Rona Kaito is what we'd be looking for here. But I think it's just too slow. I don't think I want to keep a hand without a 1 or a 2, so I'm going to mull. Alright. This hand is absolutely insane. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to put back. I feel like it's probably the Emery. I think so too, but yeah, I think so too. That does play really hard into... I mean, it plays kind of hard into temp lockdown, but not too bad. Skrelv go. Okay, Rona. okay. I have a feeling I'm getting temp lockdown next turn, but that's okay. Do they have 5 types? They do, right? White, red, black, green, blue. Yeah. So they could binding here. Let's loot. Thoughtseize is kind of interesting, I guess, but I think it definitely should be Rafine here. I'm going to pitch the second Skrelv, I think. You would discard a land there? My concern with discard land there, Chris, is that we still want to draw like Shieldred. If we we want to be able to cast Shieldred if we find one. That's my thinking, at least. But maybe you're right. Do I attack both? Oh, discarding Skrelv to Rafine trigger. I see, I see. Okay. Do I send both? I kind of feel like I'm getting temp lockdown, so that might make sense. Although then they could just Leylines binding me. Whereas if I do this, I guaranteed get a loot. Yeah, we kind of can't play around both, can we? I think if they Leylines binding one of these two, I think our 2 cards are good enough that I'm just going to do this. I think this makes sense to me. I'm going to target the Skrelv. This gets around Bone Crusher Giant, too, which is kind of cool. Okay, well, everything worked out pretty well. What do we want to do? Pro Winston, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, so I think I'm going to get temp lockdown. So the question is, do I want to keep threats? Do I just want to, like, pitch Thoughtseize land? Well, the question is, do we keep, like, the Skrelv, too? I guess maybe not. Maybe we get rid of, like, Skrelv land, so we keep Rona Thoughtseize. That kind of makes sense. I think it seems pretty good. I'm into that. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yep. Oh, wow. Tapped? No way, man. No way, and we just drew a Reid Duke? Let's go. All right, I'm going to just... Do I even loot? I like my hand. I mean, the thing is they don't have a temp lockdown, so I guess I do loot. I loot, and then I cast Reid Duke, and then we just... We probably leave Skrelv up to protect Reid Duke now from binding, although... I don't know. Let's do this first. Time to end the game? Yeah, probably. Alright, well, I guess I pitch another Skrelv. Cast Reid Duke. I guess they need to act right now, too, because they can't binding me if this Reid Duke resolves. But the only thing they can binding right now anyway is Skrelv, because I just get to protect anything else. Rafine has wards, so they have to tap out. Okay. Yeah, now they're just screwed. Now they can't binding. Like, attack all here is free, right? Binding's uncastable. It's a 3-mana spell at minimum. I guess maybe I want to protect the Reid Duke still from them binding the Reid Duke. But I kind of want to get the extra... I don't know. Maybe that's stupid to let the Reid Duke get hit by a binding. It probably is. I'd probably just attack with both these. Bang, bang. Target here. Yeah, they kept a really weird one. I don't really understand what's going on. They probably just kept, like, Fire's Enigmatic and thought it was good enough or something. So now I pitch Godless Shrine, Rona, and then just play Plaza, Thoughtseize them, right? Yup. Makes sense to me, Chris. Thoughtseize you. Their hand's just going to be like all fours. I can't imagine it. Yeah, they're realizing they can't play Binding. What a joke. So, if I just take this temp lockdown, their cards just don't have text. Just nothing they do has any text. I think I just take the temp. Yeah, this deck is fun as hell. That is for sure. Yeah, I think I just take the temp, right? And then, like, their Binding is forced on the Skrelv. Yeah. Go ahead. They screwed this up so bad. There is no way they should have not Bindinged before this resolved. As soon as they let this resolve, I think they lost the game. Yeah, they just played terribly. There's not much else to say about it. Oh, you mother. Alright, that's complete garbage, but whatever. Classic Thoughtseize bug, dude. Just classic Thoughtseize bug. It's so dumb. Well, the good news is I have Plaza of Heroes to still protect the Raidane, so it's not the end of the world, but it's just annoying. I wish that I could play Magic this terribly and just win anyway. Alright, well, we're going to hold that in our hand. Combat, attack all. I'm going to target the Rafine. Oh, Otawara here is actually kind of awesome. I just pitched Thalia Confluence, keep Otawara, right? So I can bounce this temp. That seems pretty good to me. Yeah, the Otawara is pretty cracked. Hopefully they just, like, no, they can't even play a Fires here. It's kind of funny. I mean, I guess I just, like, keep holding up Plaza. Like, they try to Binding this, I tell them no. Yeah, we just sit here and just keep attacking, yeah. Plaza of Heroes is so sick. Such a cool land. Yep. I'll just send that in chat. Deal with the board. Plaza is just the best card in the deck. I don't know about all that, but it is good. It is good. S-Pig, not yet. It's not time for an S-Pig quite yet, but we're getting there. Oh. Well, that's pretty nice. Combat, attack, both. Plaza is the best card in the deck. All right, fair. I'm going to target Rafine again. Alright, well, I guess I'm going to discard these two. It's pretty annoying. Okay, go. targeting Rafine. I'm definitely just going to Plaza here, right? I guess another thing I could do... What if I just Otawara the... What if I just destroy Evil the Binding? And then I leave up Otawara the temp lockdown. Yeah, that's kind of what I like too. And then I can Otawara the temp lockdown back to their hand on their end step. This seems quite good. They need land verdict. That still doesn't win the game, because then we just kill them with 2 1-power creatures. Because they have to shock themselves. That's fair. S-Pig? Yeah, give me a second here. Put this back in your hand. Good game. Alright, we'll try the S-Pig here. Dang it. Dang it! Too slow. Too slow. Well, that was a really good league. It was a really good day. We X1 to the prelim. We X1 to league. All right, I'll open the chest. All right, let's open something good here. All right, well, my play point count is starting to get pretty high again. That's pretty nice. None of the, I mean, is Hydroblast worth anything? Probably not. None of these cards are probably worth a damn thing. Yeah, I don't think we opened anything worth really anything other than 100 play points. That's probably the best value open there. But I don't know. Who knows? It doesn't really matter. It's just opening chests is pretty fun. If we ever get a Bowmaster or Ring, we'll be happy. But yeah, there were some new cards. Who knows what they're worth? But all right, everybody, that's going to do it for me today. Tomorrow we're going to do the Pioneer Prelim. I'm not sure what we're going to play. Probably going to play Phoenix or a variation of Rack Mid. Run it back. I mean, we could play this again. I don't hate it. I think it's a very interesting deck. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but in any case, that's going to do it for me today. Let's see if we can hit Doomwake up with a raid, and I will... Yep, Doomwake is indeed on. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. How's that burger? Yeah, it's alright. Raid now. All right, everybody. We'll catch you next time. See you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your night.